Good morning, North Penn High School. I am Maddie Payton and welcome to North Penn Television's second day of live coverage for the 2016 North Penn High School Simulated Convention of the Millennial Party. Student delegates from all U.S. states and territories spent the day debating the platform of this newly formed Millennial Party. The morning featured keynote speaker Wendy Melcher, who is a political consultant and speechwriter.
We're simulating a political party convention.
I want you to focus on a couple things today. First, while this is a mock convention, this is learning at its finest. This is you applying some of your knowledge to an unpredictable, real-world situation. That's what we strive to do, and that's what we strive to prepare you for. So this will help prepare you to be better, more responsible citizens beyond high school. It will help you apply your learning to a relevant real-world situation, as I said before. Hopefully it will be fun.
Why exactly are you here today? Listen, I wholeheartedly agree that this may be the best way to deal with the post-holiday blues. I mean, you don't have to go to class. You're sitting with your friends. You got your phones out. It's kind of the perfect way to ease back in, isn't it? Or maybe your social studies teacher simply forced you, and you see it as just another high school obligation. I'd like this morning to introduce another option. Today is an opportunity. The next 2 days can be treated as extended vacation or obligation. But believe me when I say they have the potential to be world-changing.
Students were certainly engaged in the process all day long. North Penn News reporter Julie Wirt was on the floor for all of the day.
Hey, yesterday I had the pleasure of going down to the auditorium and talking with the delegates about how they feel about the convention, what kind of things they're looking to hear. And here are all my interviews from the day. Behind me right now are students who are participating in North Penn High School's 2016 mock convention. North Penn's 2016 simulated political convention gives students the interactive opportunity to participate in a political convention.
High school students are at that age where they're going to start developing their ideas, their beliefs, and some of that will involve politics. So an event like this gives them a hands-on opportunity to learn how it works and learn how they can be more engaged in politics and be a more responsible, informed, and active citizen. So we try to do that in all the classes in the building with hands-on exercises. This is just a hands-on exercise on steroids.
After the pledge and a brief introduction from Convention Advisor Brian Haley, Principal Todd Bauer, representing the Mayor of Talmenton, gave a brief introduction to the students, which was followed by a motivational speech given by political consultant Wendy Melcher.
But this is real-life learning. This is sorting it out for yourself, hearing the issues, thinking them through, deciding what you really think, and then voting on them and seeing what the outcomes are. It doesn't get better than that.
I had to give a mayoral speech to welcome everyone, and I said to the students that I'm hoping for a unpredictable, realistic, and relevant experience for them. And those are the best learning opportunities, where kids are presented with real-world learning opportunities in which they need to apply knowledge to something that's unpredictable. And a convention is exactly that. You have no idea what other students, I mean candidates, are going to say in other states, etc. So this affords our students that opportunity to learn. So the most relevant learning opportunity possible.
Followed by a brief break, each class got to elect who would be the permanent chairperson for their represented state. After elections, each chairperson gave a quick speech, and each class broke off into individual caucuses, where each state got to discuss their point of views on the represented ideas.
Well, currently we're discussing Planned Parenthood. We've went through a lot of issues like national debt, Social Security. We've got to hear a lot of different opinions from everyone. So, it was really fun to see and argue. Well, arguing, it's good and bad, it's constructive, so we got to learn everyone's viewpoints.
Soon, everyone gathered back into the auditorium, where students got time to discuss the issues with the platform and vote as a whole on each issue.
I thought that it was a great way to get the message out and to get people to realize that it's not all about taxes. really there's something in politics for everyone. If you live in this country, then it does affect you, and there's something that I'm sure you'll feel strongly about.
Well, I think it's good in getting young people interested in the current political system. You know, there's a lot of different choices. A lot of people are saying things, and often it's hard to make your own opinions while everyone's trying to push their ideas down your throat. Thank you. And so it's good to get people interested in politics.
It's definitely a good break from school. Learn a lot about the way Congress works and how the political system works.
I think it's a good opportunity for everyone because lots of people, in my opinion, are ignorant about current events and everything that's going on in politics in the U.S. and around the world. So it's just a great opportunity to get everyone informed and just get involved because, like the people are saying, we're going to have to take over the reins of the last generation, and it's kind of messed up everything. So we're going to have to fix it.
As day 1 came to an end, each student prepared for what is to come during day 2. Overall, each student had a great time and got out of it a great experience. Reporting for North Penn News, I am Julie Wirt.
Most of the day was spent debating the planks of the platform. The debate, as it is in most conventions, became very spirited at times.
Outraged that people are convinced from birth that every person like that is a terrorist. It's appalling to me. We need to educate everyone. We need to show that we have to go beyond our borders and open our minds to new ideas.
I know people who are in jail for marijuana possession. That makes no sense. Why would you want them to be in jail, pay your money to hide their food, and to keep them in a cell for something that doesn't harm anyone?
The rich people in our government think that they can control the people that don't make any money, tax the rich in this country, tax corporations, tax on marijuana, make that illegal. This specific platform regards and is encompassing most of our problems at the moment. They cannot expect, they blame us for being stupid. They say the millennials are stupid, they're always on their phones. What do they expect us to do when people that are working off of minimum wage cannot go to college to get an education like they want us to? The people in the government are preventing us from getting an education, and there are obvious ways to fix this. The only problem is they don't want to because they grew up rich.
Let's bring in Eric Bideman to talk about how the platform took shape yesterday. Eric, what does this new Millennial Party stand for?
Thanks, Maddie. The Millennial Party yesterday in most of the debates tended to lean a little bit more towards social liberalism, while with some of the foreign policy ideas, they ran a little bit more down the middle.
Great, Eric. Thanks for giving us an opinion on this new Millennial Party. We're going to throw it down to the podium for where Mr. Haley is going to begin our day.
Does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
Remain standing for the pledge.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which stands one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right, may sit. We had it started. All right, folks. As we get started here, one of the messages that Mrs. Melcher gave you yesterday was the idea that you need to be fearless.
Okay, now we're going to take it to Eric to talk a little bit about some of the candidates that could possibly be nominated in this day 2 of the mock convention. Eric?
Thanks, Maddie. I really had my eye on a couple candidates after what we saw yesterday from a lot of the students. I think Bernie Sanders, being our most liberal of all of the candidates, is definitely someone you need to watch out for. We talked yesterday, one of the planks was reducing the college costs, and that's a big staple for Sanders in his campaign. So I think that's something that might strike a chord with students. I think Hillary Clinton obviously is one of the front runners in the country right now, and I think we had some more liberal ideas yesterday, and I think that's a lot in line with where she is, although she runs the middle a little bit more than that. And then I think you always have to watch Donald Trump, because he's just a wild card for the most part. He's willing to say anything, do anything, and his radical ideas are something that I think some people are willing to get behind. So I think he's someone you have to watch as well.
Insight, Eric. We're going to see what's going on back down at the podium.
Horrible, no good, very bad mistake. But you know what? With this unpleasant experience, I am now a stronger person. Today, I will certainly not make the same mistake as I did yesterday, and as that is the very definition of insanity. And today, I will continue to be courageous, because courage is not the lack of fear, but rather, courage is acting in the face of fear. Today, instead of glorifying perfection, I would like to ask all of you to give a round of applause for the brave students who dared to risk failure at the microphone yesterday.
Things happen when you address a crowd. Sometimes you get nervous, sometimes you try to make a point and it doesn't come out the way you wanted it to. I didn't consider what Ashley did yesterday a mistake, but she wanted to address the crowd, and I thank her for that. All right, this morning and through today, our job is going to be, and I want to quote another student from yesterday from the great state of Texas, Michael, at one point yesterday was addressing the crowd, and he said, now it comes down to this. Do you want to be on the side of the winners, or do you want to be on the side of the losers? Today's job is to nominate a candidate. You all have some preconceived notions about who you think will be the best candidate. So it's your job to build a coalition to get enough votes, and we'll go through that process later, get enough votes to become the winning candidate. That is the main function of today. But before we get into nominations and voting and all that stuff, I have a couple of guests coming to speak to you today who have real-life experience in politics. Our first speaker today is someone that you may recognize. Oops.
It's a great picture.
Technology is my strong suit. Christopher Monero was a North Penn High School graduate. Christopher Monero participated in the North Penn Convention when he was here at North Penn. I won't get into years. Since leaving North Penn, he has gone to college, he's graduated, he's now a social studies teacher at Plymouth White Marsh High School and an elected councilman in Plymouth Township. Just got inducted this week in his role as a councilman. So Mr. Monero is going to come speak to you from all of those different perspectives about the system and politics here in America.
Good morning. I want to thank Mr. Haley for inviting me today. I'm not really that important, and I'm not really known by anybody except, I guess, known to be the brother of somebody that claims to be a North Penn legend. You may have heard that before. Thank you, thank you. And thank you for not booing when he said Plymouth White Marsh High School. I appreciate that. Before I really get started, I don't know how you guys are, but I know when I was younger, at Christmas, you always love waking up on Christmas morning and getting all these great presents and Santa Claus and all that stuff. But then Christmas is over, and the day after is a real letdown, and then some relative, an aunt or an uncle shows up unexpectedly, and you get that one last present. Isn't that a great feeling? So I have a present today. I have one last present for somebody. So does anybody want it? I do. That's the most underwhelming result that I expected. So I'm just going to come down. I'm going to find somebody who looks like they want this present. You can't open it until I'm done speaking. And with this comes great, tremendous responsibility. So do not accept it unless you're willing to take that responsibility. She said I'm better than my brother, so she got the present. The last time I stood up on this stage and spoke, I was actually running for student government vice president back in, I guess it would have been 1997. And I went a little off script. Ms. Cavallo, who was our student government advisor at the time, wasn't real happy about that. The election was so close that we had to have a runoff election. And I was elected SGA vice president for half of my senior year. That's my biggest accomplishment at North Penn. And then, the year before that, I actually was here and was part of the convention in 1996. I was in Mr. Bardelli's 11th grade U.S. history class. I was part of the New York delegation. Where are my New York people at? Again, a little more underwhelming than I expected, but that's okay. I don't remember a whole lot about that simulated convention. I do remember a student getting up here and screaming and yelling for Bob Dole. You guys might not even know who Bob Dole is. And we actually nominated Christy Whitman to be our presidential candidate, who was then governor of New Jersey. So I don't know if you guys are thinking about nominating any governors from New Jersey, but hope not. But we did. So what I really wanted to talk to you about today is the importance of getting involved, and the importance of, especially at a young age, showing interest and doing things to help your local community, to help your state, to help your county, to help your country. And I don't really want to just tell you about it, but what I really want to do is actually kind of show you the importance of it. Is this my mouse? Will this click for me? All right, there we go. So I am just entering my first foray into politics. This is actually my first public appearance, if you even want to call it that. So behind me is sort of my year. Right around this time last year, probably a little bit later, I was approached by a great man, the treasurer of Montgomery County, Jason Salas, who is either here or on his way. Jason kind of came to me and said, we're looking for somebody to run for Plymouth Council. Would you be interested in doing that? And, I think we sat down at Panera and discussed it. And, a month later, I was involved in a campaign. And a few months later, I was standing out there on Election Day. And just this past Monday, I was sworn in. So things can happen pretty quickly. You can get involved very quickly. You can get involved at a bigger level or a smaller level. Today, I want to talk about the simplest way that you can get involved in government. So I want to introduce you to a couple people on the screen behind me. The first person I want to introduce you to is a great friend of mine, a guy named Joe Hunter. And Joe is a working class guy. He's an iron worker. He has a son who I taught at Plymouth White Marsh High School, married, great guy. Joe ran for office this year for the first time. And I put next to Joe's beautiful face up there, the number 12. The number 12 is a very important number for Joe. It's a number he's going to carry with him for a long time. It's a number I'm going to carry with me for a long time. Joe lost his election this year by 12 votes. 12 votes are the difference between him sitting next to me on Plymouth Council and somebody else. And in Plymouth, we have 4 wards of the township. Each one elects one member, and we have one person who's elected for the entire township. So there's 5 members that serve, that govern a pretty big township, a pretty active township. If you've ever driven through there, you know there's a lot going on, a lot of building, a lot of traffic. There's a lot of important decisions to be made. 12 people decided not to vote this November, and therefore Joe Hunter did not win that election. So 12. And I think about this all the time. I know 12 people. I know that I could have gotten 12 people to get out there and vote for him. I thought we did enough. I thought we worked hard enough. And as hard as you can work, ultimately it comes down to all the people who show up at the polls, 12 people. That's a big deal. But this guy up here, another good friend of mine, this is Drew Rothman. Drew is from Abington. And Drew was just this year elected to his first term as a commissioner in Abington Township. Drew won his election this year by 1 vote. 1, just 1. And that's not an exaggeration. That one single vote is why he is now serving as an elected official in Abington Township. Again, you know, I'm glad that Drew won. I'm sort of happy that 2 more people didn't show up and vote for the other guy. But at the same time, it shows you 1 vote can make a huge difference. And at the local level, these are people that you might see in the grocery store, people that might live next to you, your friends' parents, relatives. These are people making decisions that affect your drive to school every day, you know, where you go shopping, what you do on the weekends. Everything you do is affected by local government. And the one single person can make that difference goes a long, long way. So between the 12 votes that Joe Hunter lost by and the 1 vote that Drew Rothman won by, there is absolutely no question about it that every single vote counts. And as you guys get close to that age, some of you are probably already 18, some of you are going to be very close, think about that if you decide not to vote sometime and that you could be that one person or one of those 12 people. However, it's not always just about single votes. Sometimes we have to look at numbers altogether. How many people here are Tolmenson Township residents? Where are my Tolmenson people? Great place. Fresh air, countryside. Any General Nash alumni in the house? Oh yeah, man, I'll tell you what. Mrs. Grudzinski for kindergarten? First grade? Oh, it must have changed. But anyway, if you live in Tolmenson Township, you should be very proud. It's a great place. But I gotta tell you, in Tolmenson Township, this November, 68% of registered voters did not vote. So much for being proud for Tolmenson Township. 68% of the people who could vote chose not to vote this past election. How many people live in the great borough of Lansdale? Elldale! Woo! The house! It's a great place. I love Lansdale. You know, the Kugel Ball, oh, it's great. It's great. What else is there? Well, congratulations if you live in Lansdale, because in Lansdale, 72% of the people who could have voted this year chose not to vote. And this is a big time in Lansdale. There's a lot of changes going on, a lot of new businesses coming in. There's a borough council that was up for election this year, but 72% of the people chose not to vote. So, you know, if only 20-some% of the people voted, half of those people probably live in Elm Terrace Gardens. You know, that's a joke. Older people vote, younger people don't. I'll show you that in a second. But again, a significant number. How about the great township of Montgomery? Where are my Montgomery people at? Wow, that's a big number, big people. Windle Stray Park, is that still there? Whistle Stop Park, great. Montgomery Mall, you know, Wegmans, what a great spot. What else am I missing? Anything exciting in Montgomery Township these days? You're too young to remember the Montgomery Mart. That was the place to be back in the day. I know some people out there. There's Mr. Brumball out there somewhere. I saw him earlier. He probably remembers the Montgomery Mart. So, you know, Montgomery Township, you guys should be really proud, because in Montgomery Township, 73% of the people chose not to vote. So we're approaching 3/4 of our eligible voting population not showing up to vote. The only other significance about 73, it was probably like 73 degrees that day. It was absolutely gorgeous. I got a suntan standing out at the polls that day. There was no weather excuses. It was perfect. No reason not to show up. But 73% of the people chose not to vote. So, you know, that's a problem. That's a problem that every one of you in here can fix, either by voting yourself or by telling other people the importance of voting. Because, again, when somebody wins by 1 vote or loses by 12, and we look at how many people didn't vote, there's a lot of people to blame. But it's not just local elections. So the numbers at even some of our biggest elections are pretty staggering. The 2008 presidential election, a landmark election. Barack Obama elected for the first time, a primary between Barack Obama and Hillary Clinton that went longer than most primary seasons ever go, a momentous historic election. Even in 2008, in one of our probably historically most significant presidential elections, even then the numbers weren't that great. The overall voter turnout was 58%. That's not bad. 58%, that's pretty good. That's something, you know, let's call it 60% of the people voted that year. Something to be proud of. Even better is in certain groups. Some age groups voted in greater numbers. For example, your parents. Your parents, your grandparents, your aunts and uncles, 70% of them voted in 2008. But look at the younger age group, less than 50%. In a presidential election year like no other, with a presidential candidate who did an unbelievable job of getting younger people out to vote, only 48% of the people voted. And we celebrated that number. We said 48%. That's a great number. That's a tremendous turnout for the 18 to 24. It's less than 50%. I mean, I don't know about you guys, but when you go home with less than 50% on a test or something, it's not going on the refrigerator. So we shouldn't be celebrating less than 50%. Not that that would happen to anybody here. You guys all look like very, very intelligent, hardworking people. We got a Penn State guy up front here. Tough loss last weekend, but you know. All right, so I have a challenge for you. And I, by the way, promised I would make my delivery here fairly brief, and I do have to go back and educate my own students today. I think I'm teaching them about Congress, which is just so much fun to talk about. But I want to give you a challenge. I want to challenge you to, you know, kind of take some action and really turn some of these numbers around. So I just want to make sure I'm seeing what I need to see up here. So one thing you guys need to do is, at your age, is you need to know your power. You have a large voice. First of all, you're in a large high school, all right? I know it helps you win state championships and stuff. You can boo, whatever, you can cheer, it doesn't matter. It's a large high school. There's a large student body here. There's a lot of people here that can make a difference. Young people have energy. Young people are the ones that elected leaders, future leaders, politicians, they all want to hear from. They all want to get you involved. You have a lot of power. You can do a lot. There's always strength in numbers, and you have a chance to do it. The other thing you need to do is you need to nullify these patterns that I've been just talking about. This 48% voting in a presidential election, younger people being ignored because they don't typically vote. I ask my students every year, how many of you are going to vote when you turn 18? And they all stand up and they all, oh, I'm going to vote, I'm going to vote, I'm going to vote. I call BS on it, because the fact of the matter is that the numbers show they're not going to vote. Well, now we can nullify that pattern. We can change it, and we can turn that around. The other thing you need to do is you need to instill a sense of pride, personal pride, that you walked out of there and you said, you know what I did? I voted today. I made a difference. I did something that my community is going to be proud of me for, that my family is going to be proud of me for, but most importantly, that I'm going to be proud of myself for. The other thing you need to do is you need to get others on board. You have friends, you have people that you talk to. It's not just about getting you to go out there. Even if you don't vote, but you convince 10 other people to vote, that makes a big difference. You need to have a conversation. You need to talk to people. You need to have a conversation about what's going on. You need to ask questions. You need to learn things. You need to share your opinions with others. If you remain quiet, if you don't ask questions, if you don't talk to people and engage in the process, you're less likely to vote. So even again, if it's not actually running for office, if it's not working for a campaign, if it's not showing up for Election Day, talking about the issues that matter are the things that lead more people to want to go out and vote. Your group, your age group, you need to take this nation by storm. You have a chance to do it. 2016 is a big year. There is no question that you watch our government, the divisiveness, the divide even within some of our own parties. It's a chance to make a big statement. There's a lot of voices involved, and you, as an age group, can take the nation by storm. And if you haven't figured out the acronym, the last thing is you send a message. You know, we're here. We're young, but we don't just sit home and, play Xbox or take after-school naps or, I don't know, whatever's cool to do in the North Penn School District these days at 2:30. What time does the bell ring at the end of the day? 2:30? 2 what? 12? That's like a half hour of education that you're missing. 2:12. What time does the bell ring in the morning? 7:21. That's early. I'll give you the 2:12. Probably takes an hour to get out of the parking lot. But the bottom line here is that as students, as knights, as young people being engaged in this political process, it's up to you. Don't rely on somebody else to do it for you. Don't sit home and say, my vote doesn't matter because somebody else is going to vote. Because if, one more person voted in Abington or 12 more people voted in Plymouth, or, let's go back to the 2000 presidential election and Al Gore and George W. Bush in Florida, hundreds of thousands of votes, and we didn't know who our president was for weeks afterwards, because if only maybe a few hundred or a few thousand more people voted, we would have been saying President Gore perhaps instead of President Bush. that would have been bad. That's my Bush. What do you think? No? I'll do a Bill Clinton too. All right. Anyway, so thank you. The challenge behind me is the challenge that I want you to accept. It's a big task. It's not asking a lot to show up and vote. It takes 5 minutes. But you know what? Getting other people on board, spreading that message, making a difference in your community at such a young age is important. When I had great teachers at North Penn, like Mrs. Daywalt, Mr. Bardelli, Mr. Likens, I'm just giving a shout out to the entire Social Studies department. They did a lot to tell us about how important it was. And it made me want to get involved. And doing this convention when I was in high school made me want to get involved. But wanting to do something and actually going out and doing it is a big difference. So if the young lady who got the present could please come up to the podium, I'd appreciate that. Rachel! What state are you representing here today? Wyoming. That's Dick Cheney territory. All right, Rachel, I gave you a gift. A late gift, but this gift bears great responsibility. And with this gift, you're going to have to pass it along to others. You're going to have to re-gift some of what's in this box. So, would you like to open it? Sure. There's a couple things in here, one less important than the others. That's a good wrapping job, too. And I'm not even married, and I wrapped it good like that. Rachel's earned a $15 gift card to Subway, eat fresh. But that's not the important part. In this box are 17 Pennsylvania voter registration forms. Now, that's the gift that keeps on giving. I won my election this year by 17 votes. So part of me is glad that there's 17 people out there that didn't get their hands on these forms. But the reality is that 17 was a big number for me, but 17 can go a long way for a lot of people. So I'm going to have Rachel at some point throughout the day today, whoever wants them, to give 17 people a chance to become powerful members of our democracy. Are you 18?
In like 2 months.
In 2 months. So one of those is for you if you haven't registered already. As long as you're 18 by the date of the Pennsylvania primary, you can fill one of these out. The other thing is, there's a lot more than 17 people in here, and this year, Pennsylvania, for the first time, allows you to register to vote online. So if you don't get a form from Rachel today, get out there, check it out, register to vote online, be a part of your democracy, take action, and take some pride, and be that person that makes a difference in your community, in your state, in your world. Thank you. Good luck today. I hope you nominate a winner.
Big hand for Mr. Monero. Look, again, we talked yesterday about themes. Mr. Monero didn't know what our themes were, and he walked in here and he gave you the same themes. Nullify the patterns. Stop the insanity. Insanity is in not exercising your rights. If you don't vote, politicians don't care about you. If you vote, they're going to be holding your hand and asking what you want. So if you don't vote, they ignore you. That's the message. The second one, it's gone. You have an opportunity to send a message. All right, opportunity. Today you're going to send a message. We are going to be the first organization to officially nominate a candidate. All right, we're not a state, but we're going to be the first ones to do it. So you guys need to decide, who do you trust? Who do you want to lead this country? All right. Now, the next step of the process at a convention on the nomination day is that the chairs will give you a challenge. So we're going to hear from Kate Solomon and JT Montserrat.
Good morning, everyone. On day one, we heard from amazing speakers, worked on very important discussion, and debated on various planks to produce our party's final and official platform. I hope that all of you were able to gain something yesterday that was valuable through the group discussion beyond our talks about the drug policy. Today, we have another full, busy day of working, but instead, we will be working to select a candidate that will be a voice for each and every one of us, a voice for our Millennial Party. We must pick a candidate that represents our beliefs and our platform that we have created. We must pick a person that, if elected, will help to further our goals by bringing integrity and real reform to the House on Capitol Hill. Debates can bring out the passion in people about the topics they talk about. It is important to elect someone who is on the same side of the spectrum as us. Or maybe you've been watching shows on Netflix in which politicians are depicted as idealistic and dishonest in desperate attempts to capture the public approval. But to avoid public corruption and future problems with our nation, we must choose a leader who we are sure will have the integrity to make wise decisions that will do nothing but good for our nation and all of its citizens. We should make sure that it is our goal to demand less and expect more. Remember, this person will be representing you. Today is the day that we take the ideas and beliefs that we've established for ourselves as a party and focus this energy into one person, a person who will stop the insanity and get this job done. A great puzzle solver once said, Alan Turing once said, "Sometimes it's the very people who no one imagines anything of who do the things no one can imagine." With this idea, it is important to remember that just because a candidate has had extreme press coverage or exposure does not always mean they are the most popular or will do the best work. With that in mind, I wish for all of you to enter this process again today with an open mind and to take into consideration what each candidate has to say individually, so that at the end of this day, we make the right choice for tomorrow. They don't want us to make change, and they don't want us to voice our opinions. They don't want the youth to take over what they have only worked to sustain, not improve. Our generation is the major key to success. We only get one shot at this, and the time is now for us to emerge from the ashes of past political failures and leaders and make our stance as the bulldog, as the Millennial Party, and as the activists that they said we could not be. Thank you.
So instead of lecturing you, I've decided on doing something else. I put together a little bit of a candidate speed dating for you. Although I do want to make a disclaimer that this isn't all-encompassing. I encourage you to read the biographies that we wrote in your packets, and also use this thing that you have in your pocket. So now into Meet the Candidates. Donald Trump likes long walks along his walls and putting his name on things. No. Okay, in reality, Trump's major ideas are concentrated around immigration. He proposes building a wall and deporting anyone who has entered illegally. As for the rest of the government, his plan consists of using his business expertise to negotiate and find his way around the political field. Marco Rubio is more of an establishment candidate. He is economically conservative, believing in tax cuts for the wealthy and no federal spending on the economy. Socially, Rubio is right of center. He is pro-life traditional marriage only, rejects gun control, supported the Keystone Pipeline, disagrees with Obamacare, but would improve Social Security. Ted Cruz has many of the same stances as Rubio, but his ideas tend to be more conservative. He doesn't support federal government spending money and has proposed tax cuts similar to those of other candidates. He also doesn't support federal funding for green energy. They both want to reduce federal spending and work towards lowering our national debt by cutting back on government spending. Ted Cruz is very adamant that the government should not tell corporations how to run their businesses. Cruz has made ISIS and planning to fight them his main campaign idea. He also advocates for a 10% flat income tax after $36,000 yearly income and a 16% flat business tax. Christie and Jeb Bush are the classic old school Republicans. Christie's economic issues, besides cutting taxes, is stopping the Fed from maintaining interest rates. Both of them have stereotypical Republican views, except Christie supports treatment for drug offenders over prison, and Jeb supports a path to citizenship. Ben Carson supports a 10% flat tax without any stipulations. Socially, Ben Carson has called marijuana a gateway drug. His strategy on energy in general is to remove subsidies for everyone. He does not believe in citizenship for illegals and believes we should maintain security through projecting power by confronting adversaries. Carly Fiorina is a newcomer to politics and brings to the party a business owner's view. She believes in tax cuts and simplified plan and wants to repeal Dodd-Frank, which is a group of laws designed to prevent a stock market crash by limiting speculation. Her strategy will be to ask business owners to do the right thing and avoid direct federal intervention in what she plans to be a near free market system. Fiorina was a female CEO at Hewlett-Packard and is a strong advocate for equal pay. However, she does not support gay marriage. On other issues, she has conceded to the states and the free market. Mike Huckabee is a pastor and former Fox News political pundit. He is fairly one-sided in the issues he speaks on, aiming his entire campaign around social issues. He advocates for Christian values within the state, campaigning on promises of overturning both the legalization of abortion and gay marriage, as well as defunding Planned Parenthood. He was elected as Lieutenant Governor of Arkansas in a special election in 1993, and later became governor up until 2002. He attended Wichita Baptist University, where he majored in religion and minored in speech. To round out the Republican nominees, which there's a lot of, we have Lindsey Graham and John Kasich. Lindsey Graham has a track record of advocating for strong national defense and military spending, as his belief that the U.S. should lead in spreading democracy worldwide through a strong military. Lindsey Graham became popular early on for his feud with Donald Trump, akin to the Drake and Meek Mill's Twitter beef. The other factors leading to his popularity this summer in the media were his saying that we should legalize the use of drones on U.S. citizens on U.S. soil that post things to social media deemed in support of ISIS or al-Qaeda. John Kasich is the governor of Ohio and has been since 2010. Previously, he was in the House of Reps for Ohio and a Fox News host. John Kasich is pro-life and during his tenure in the House of Reps refused to celebrate drug-filled lifestyles, being one of those who blocked D.C. or the District of Columbia from legalizing marijuana. On education, Kasich says public school systems are beyond help and we should encourage private and charter education. Economically, he believes in tax cuts that will enable the economy to grow. Now on to the Democrats. First, we have Hillary Clinton. Economically, she consists with current Democrat ideas. She has said that she will go after shadowy bankers like Lehman Brothers and look towards bankruptcy reform. On the campaign trail, she said that we should put allow bank regulators to hold bank executives responsible for the crash through violation of the law. In minimum wage, she has said that she will veto any salary increases for Congress until the minimum wage is increased to $12. On social issues, Clinton has been pro-life since 2008, and before starting her campaign, brought it to the public's attention that she has changed her stance and is now advocating for gay rights. On women's issues, Hillary obviously supports the feminist movement and has advocated for equal pay for equal work. On civil rights, Hillary met Martin Luther King Jr. and made comments in 2007 that the cabinet of the president should, I quote, look more like America. She is advocating for mandating police wear body cameras, and in incarceration she says that we need to address the issue as such and decrease how often we use mandatory minimums. She has promised affordable college, but hasn't gone into in depth what exactly that means. Then we have Martin O'Malley, who is the mayor of Baltimore, and his views are pretty much standard Democrat. After him, we have someone who came up a few times yesterday, Bernie Sanders. His views are what's known as democratic socialist, and he thinks that we should invest our money into infrastructure and college educations and things of that nature. That concludes speed dating with the candidates, and on to the next topic.
All right, folks, now is your time to decide who you want to be a potential candidate to win the nomination today. So we have our 6 microphones, 1, 2, 3 from my right to left, 4, 5, 6 in the middle. You get to come up to a microphone and nominate a candidate. Now let me give you some guidance. You heard from
So
JT,
Eric, how did you
names.
think the students responded to Chris Monero's speech about voting?
Thanks, Maddie. I thought it was interesting. He echoed a lot of what Mrs. Wendy Welcher said yesterday about getting out and getting involved in the process. But I think his was a little bit more centered on the civic duty aspect of it, an element. And with a room full of seniors, we're coming up. All the seniors and a lot of the juniors are going to be able to vote in the next election. So I think it's interesting that he was kind of like spurring us on to want to get out there, get out in the polls, and do our civic duty.
Students got to hear that from someone who's actually actively involved in the political field, and it really gives them an idea of what they should be doing on their own time and such. And that little bit about the speed dating for candidates, how do you think these students will use that in picking a candidate for a nomination today?
I think that's actually it was a very interesting idea, and I think it's very it's a good idea to have short little bios almost of what each of the candidates are looking to do, what their aims are. But I think the biggest contributing factor for me. Personally, what I think is going to be the biggest contributing factor today will be the speeches that each of the candidates' representatives give. I think how they present themselves to the audience says a lot more than how they are presented by someone else.
So, thanks, Erica. What do you see happening right now on the floor in the convention?
I actually just heard a lady in the microphone say that she would like to nominate Donald Trump for the convention, and the room erupted with a split of yeas and nays. So actually, at the moment, we have people coming up to the microphone, and they are not trying to nominate different people for the election, and the room is reacting. So I will keep you posted on how that's going.
Awesome, thanks. I think we're going to take it to the floor to see what's going on.
Microphone 2.
The great state of Virginia would like to nominate Jim Gilmore. The great state of Virginia would like to nominate Jim Gilmore.
Jim Gilmore. Microphone 6.
The state of Louisiana would nominate Bernie Sanders.
All right. Bernie's in. Microphone 4.
The great state of Michigan considers Ben Carson.
Ben Carson. Microphone 1.
The great state of Arkansas considers it a great honor to nominate our favorite son, Mike Huckabee, to be the next President of the United States.
Mike Huckabee. Microphone 3.
The great state of Florida considers it a tremendous honor to nominate our favorite sons, Jeb Bush and Marco Rubio, to be the next President of the United States.
Jeb Bush and Marco Rubio. Microphone 6.
The great state of Kentucky would like to nominate Rand Paul.
Rand Paul. Microphone 5.
The great state of Arizona would like to nominate Donald Trump.
Microphone 4.
The great state of California considers it a great honor to nominate our favorite daughter, Carly Fiorina.
Carly Fiorina. Microphone 1.
The beautiful state of Georgia would like to nominate Bernie Sanders.
All right. Microphone 3.
The great state of Texas would like to nominate Jeb Bush.
Jeb Bush. Microphone 4.
Oh, that's me. The great state of Oregon would like to nominate Ben Carson.
Ben Carson. Microphone 1.
The great state of Arkansas considers it a great honor to nominate our favorite daughter, Hillary Clinton, to be the next President of the United States.
Hillary Clinton.
Pennsylvania wants Bernie Sanders with Vice President Jeb Bush.
All right.
The great state of Maryland would like to nominate Martin O'Malley.
Martin O'Malley.
Maddie Halvile is here in the studio with Mr. Chris Monero, who just gave a wonderful speech at our mock convention. Maddie?
Thanks, Maddie. I'm here with Mr. Chris Monero, a township councilman member, and he's just gave an incredible speech on voting. Mr. Monero, what would you say is the most important message a student should take out of your speech?
I think the most important message is that every voice is powerful, and one voice can make a big difference. One voice always makes a big difference. So no matter what people think about whether their vote doesn't count or it counts, it always counts, and every single person has that voice.
What, as a township councilman, are you hoping to make as your legacy and your improvement into your own township?
Well, I guess I don't want to mess anything up, first of all. But no, I think I just want to be a voice for the people that live in my community. We live in a great community. We have a lot of great things going on. I want to keep it great. I want to do everything we can to find opportunities to make it better, to kind of use sensible reasoning and think outside the box when we can, and really just be the person that my residents can come to when they have concerns and they have issues, and be responsive to what they want.
As a history teacher, even in another district, what do you think about North Penn doing this mock convention every time?
I think it's great. I mean, I did it when I was in high school here at North Penn in 1996, and I was sort of blown away by it then, and I think it's one of these great traditions and really an awesome way to learn hands-on, to really see how things work, but be a part of that process as well. So I think it's great, and I try to kind of take some ideas from that and implement it in what we do in our school, and really try to get our kids excited and involved as much as possible.
Do you think it helped you as a young adult form your own political views and opinions?
Yeah, I mean, I think I probably have very different political opinions now than I did then, to some extent. But I think it definitely helped me to start thinking about things and paying attention to things. I think a lot of great teachers that I had along the way did that also, but it definitely gave that experience of like, you know what, this is something that's exciting, and it does get you thinking about issues. I remember sitting in the discussions with delegates and talking about the platform issues, and it's just good to hear people's opinions and thoughts.
Well, thank you for taking time out of your school day teaching to come to North Penn to talk about all the great things you've done in our community. Thank you for joining us today. And back to you, Maddie, at the desk.
Let's check out what Jeb Bush's campaign manager has to say down at the mock convention.
Politicians have lied to you. We claim to be serving you when we have been serving ourselves. The desire to get power has eclipsed our duty to govern. This ends here with the Bush 2016 campaign. The brutal truth is that in recent history, the American dream has failed you. Work hard, obey the rules, you're guaranteed nothing. Your children will not have a better life than you. Immigration policies have gone from restrictive to permissive. 10 million of us cannot even get a job even though we're desperately looking for one. We have been crippled by welfare and entitlements, and that's the problem, entitlements. You are not entitled to anything. America was built on the spirit of forging your own future. The problem is that we have not equipped you with the right tools to build it. And that's exactly what Jeb intends to do. Not handouts, actual jobs. In Florida, Jeb was able to create 1.3 million jobs while still balancing the budget. As president, you can be assured that the people will be put to work. Of course, you will need someone with experience to do so. Jeb Bush has over 30 years of experience, and when you hire someone for a job, would you rather hire someone with 30 years of experience or 15 years of experience or no experience at all? Down south where Jeb Bush is from, they would say that's clearer than a glass of moonshine. Thank you.
Ben Carson.
America, one of the strongest countries in the world. From our strong military to immense patriotism, it seems nothing can bring this country down. However, in this new day and age, constant threats seem to be everywhere, especially in our own backyard. With the constant mass shootings, terrorism attacks, and police brutality, it's obvious whatever our politicians are doing to eliminate these problems aren't working. One candidate has proposed we build a huge border, but this is not the solution. 2016 should not be the year we start voting for charlatans and TV personals. It may be funny when they're in the elections, but once they're elected and running your country, it's not funny anymore. As a new generation, we need someone to reflect us. Ben Carson is exactly that. Smart, sophisticated, and humble. Starting from nothing, he became one of the most brilliant neurosurgeons in the world. And like his career, he plans on taking America and building it up. With his great plan for education, it's not just about the grade, but what you can actually learn. He's a strong believer in more tax freedoms to bring down the national debt. If you want a bright tomorrow, vote for Ben Carson for 2016.
Well done. Chris Christie. Keep the volume up, close to the microphone.
Keep close to the mic? Sounds good. Good morning. I'm the campaign manager for Christopher Christie for 2016. Governor Christie not only has the courage to be able to stand up for what he believes in, but he's going to stand up for what we believe in. Yesterday we were talking about how drugs should not be a jail crime. They should be used, tongue-tied. They should be treated as a disease and be able to get help. Christie specifically goes towards that view and wants to make sure that they can get the help they need to be able to reintegrate into society instead of locking them up. He wants to bring back the American production. There was an old saying back in the day, Trenton makes and the world takes. Sums us up pretty well. We want to keep making it. We want to be the powerhouse in the world. And that's how we want to do it. America should be clear for what we stand for, which is what Christie specifically wants to do. He wants to make sure that everyone knows what exactly we want to do and how we want to do it. Thank you.
Hillary Clinton.
Good morning. My name is Nikita Kulkarni, and I'm the campaign manager for Mrs. Hillary Clinton. Hillary Clinton has enough credentials and experience, such as former Secretary of State, former First Lady, and U.S. Senate, in order to be our next president. She has delineated excellence in her work experience and has the drive for it. Aside from her experience, her upbringing also drives her to be involved in social justice, especially focusing on the fields of small business and children. Hillary wants a better nation for all, not just for the upper class, making her stance relatively straightforward. Here are some examples. For education, she believes our nation should have access to higher education without debt clauses. Hillary Clinton has drafted a new plan called the New College Compact, which knows students should have to borrow money to pay for books, tuition, or housing, which will be funded through federal and state grants. This plan will cost roughly around $350 billion over 10 years and will be paid through increased taxes on higher income earners. Another example would be for women's rights. She's an avid supporter for them, and she wants to end the pay gap between women and men, creating the Paycheck Fairness Act, a bill she introduced as a senator to give women the tools they need to fight the workplace discrimination, increase minimum wage, and for fights for women's reproductive health and wellness. Overall, Hillary wants to make the nation work for everyone, and together we can make it great. Hillary for America. Thank you.
Ted Cruz.
Well, there's some strong feelings about this candidate.
You gotta get close to the microphone and keep it up.
Okay. Cruz is the son of a Cuban revolutionary who fled the country under Castro when he failed to measure up to his promises. He was then born in Alberta, Canada, and moved with his father, mother, and 2 sisters to Texas. From a young age, he knew what he wanted to do. At 13, joining a political activist group. He then went on to graduate cum laude from Princeton in 1992, the same year being named U.S. Speaker of the Year for his debate talent, leading the legendary Princeton debate team. He, in 1995, competed at the World Debating Championship for Harvard Law, where he graduated with a Juris degree and magna cum laude. To put this into perspective, we always hear about power families like the Clintons, the Bushes, the Kennedys going to schools like Harvard and Princeton. But the truth is, they get there on mommy and daddy's dime. They get there on the fact that mommy and daddy went there. Cruz got into both Princeton and Harvard on his own 2 feet. After graduating from college, he went on to work on Bush's campaign and then later became a senator. And Cruz is not a partisan candidate. Cruz sticks to his beliefs, and when he disagreed with something, he filibustered for 21 hours. Lindsey Graham, what did you like, 12? When you vote Ted, or to give his full name, Rafael Cruz, you're not voting for a party puppet who will talk about how great Reagan was and be obedient to the Congress we all agree can't get anything done. You're not voting for someone who could literally be a Muppet either. There you are. And speaking of a Muppet or a puppet, I can guarantee that someone is going to be pulling the strings, and if you vote for our opponent, I can tell you the man pulling the strings ain't gonna be you. So please vote for someone sane in this crazy, crazy world.
All right, Carly Fiorino, you now know, is not your traditional business person. She was a corporate executive running Hewlett-Packard, and now she wants to bring those skills to run our country. Jim Gilmore is the governor of Virginia. Long years of experience in politics, running a large state. Lindsey Graham, senator from South Carolina, again, a longtime politician, knows how the system works. Mike Huckabee, another former governor. These are all names that you can consider. John Kasich, the governor of Ohio. And now we have Martin O'Malley.
Hello, guys. I'm representing Martin O'Malley, and we need new leadership now. Martin O'Malley was the governor and the mayor of Baltimore and Maryland, respectively. Have any of you guys ever heard of city stat or state stat? Well, it's only in Maryland, and that's why most of you didn't hear of it. Also, because one of the key importance in what I run on is that people need to be involved in government. And CityStat is a way where people can directly interact with government leaders and with government leaders directly. Also, as mayor, we were able to lower taxes to the lowest while increasing social policies, right? Now, also, I came in with one of the most violent cities in the country when I came into Baltimore. We turned that around in a matter of 2 years, and at one point we're under 300 murders a year. That sounds like that's actually extremely little. Yes, it is. All right, I also came up from a humble upbringing, and I also left college with debt. And I was managed to pay them off, which is extremely hard. And that's why I want a debt-free college. In Maryland, we have one of the cheapest colleges, and we also allow some state colleges, you're allowed to pay off your debt using community service. Also, enough about me, and let's move on to my candidates. Marco Rubio, as he says, he supports small government. Yet he wants the government involved in telling you who to marry. He called gay marriage a social experiment. Also with Marco Rubio and the Middle East, I don't think he understands it because, as he said, that Iran and ISIS are allies, which is completely untrue because they're mortal enemies. So when I look for a candidate, I want someone who can understand the Middle East and understand world problems. And I think O'Malley's that candidate. Thank you very much, guys.
Another former governor from New York, George Pataki, is on your list. Rand Paul.
Good afternoon, North Penn High School. I, Ashley Kister, am here representing Rand Paul, who can see the true issue that plagues America, that the government is infringing on the constitutional rights of the American people. As the only candidate who dares to stand against the corruption in the White House, Rand Paul knows that the people of America are intelligent enough to live their own lives. Right now, our government holds so much power that they do not even allow American citizens to use or possess drugs such as marijuana. By saying that Americans need to be protected from making poor decisions, the government condescends the intelligence of its own people. To make matters worse, the government infringes on our constitutional right to privacy by spying on its own citizens. Your phone calls, text messages, emails, and personal information are all seen and collected by the government. As the only candidate who actually cares about your basic rights, it is clear that Rand Paul is the best choice for your nomination. What Rand Paul stands for is every person's right to life, liberty, the pursuit of happiness, and independence. Don't let your rights fade away into nothingness. Vote for your rights. Vote for liberty. Vote for freedom. Vote for Rand Paul. Thank you.
Marco Rubio.
Good morning, everybody. The candidate I represent today is Marco Rubio. As a candidate for president, Marco Rubio is just the man we need. His views will help secure the nation and make America what it was meant to be. A place where freedom is our policy and the American dream becomes reality. To sum up some of his important policies, Rubio acknowledges that immigrants are important to our country and wants to make a road to citizenship easier. Although he also believes the borders of our country must be increased if we wish to continue being safe. Rubio also addresses the idea that terrorism, ISIS in particular, is a threat that must be dealt with with some extent of military force. And he realizes that in order to protect America, we must not cut military spending. In addition, he wishes to fix our educational system, which at the moment is broken. He wants to make college more affordable, although not necessarily completely free. He believes that elementary through high school education should be left up to the states, which would reduce the number of standardized tests and allow schools to teach in a more efficient way. Just important as a candidate's views is their character. Not only do Marco Rubio's views make him an ideal candidate for those looking for change in action, but his character also emits the perfect traits as well. Marco Rubio's character spells out integrity. And integrity is just the kind of character we need in a president. Integrity means that a person is a person of their word, has a voice that cannot be warped by others, and knows how to work well with others, but at the same time accomplish their goal. Rubio's accomplishments demonstrate this ideal perfectly. As a young man, Rubio attended law school, and following his graduation, Rubio soon entered the Florida House of Representatives. Eventually, he made his way into the Senate, where he currently resides on several important committees, including the Committees of Foreign Relations, which influences the USA's foreign policy towards all nations around the world momentously. He also is on the Small Business and Entrepreneurship Committee, which means he genuinely cares about the small businesses in America. He also takes part on the Committee of Science, Commerce, and Transportation. Rubio was also part of the Gang of Eight, a bipartisan group that worked for immigration reform. Because of the results of this group, it's easy to see that even though Rubio knows what he needs to do, he can compromise and work with the other parties, not against them. This is something not many of the other candidates can say. Despite having accomplished so much, people still doubt his abilities, most often because they believe he is young and inexperienced. But I believe that he is much more experienced than people give him credit for. Take a second and think about our youngest president, John F. Kennedy. He was able to stand firm against the Russians during the Cold War and the Cuban Missile Crisis, when no one thought that he could do it. Now, look at some of our worst presidents. You'll see they're much older. My conclusion: character matters more than age. You would have noticed that some of the other candidates up here felt the need to slander Marco Rubio. This only means that they see Marco Rubio as a threat. That means Marco Rubio has a chance to change something in America for the better. As you compare Marco Rubio to the other candidates and decide who to vote for, remember, don't just compare their views, compare their characters. Marco not only identifies the issues and their solutions, but he's a man of strong character. Thank you very much, and I hope today you vote for a new American century.
Bernie Sanders.
Hello, everyone. I'm here today representing Vermont Senator Bernie Sanders. I want you to do something right now. I want you to raise your hand if you are dissatisfied with our government. Together, we and Bernie Sanders are going to have a political revolution. We are going to end the corruption in politics that we continue to see. Right now, there is nothing stopping the very wealthiest people from pouring money into politics to get people who share their interests elected. The result is that people don't get elected with your interests in mind. They want to keep funding from their billionaire friends. This is why we are running this campaign without a super PAC, the engine of this corruption. We are going to get rid of this corrupting influence, and you will be amazed at the things that we can do. We are going to guarantee health care is a right to all people. We are going to raise the minimum wage to a living wage. We are going to end marijuana prohibition. We will guarantee tuition-free college for all Americans. We will take strong action against climate change. And we will rebuild our crumbling infrastructure. We will do this, and we will be heard. Thank you. Please vote for Bernie Sanders.
One last candidate from Pennsylvania, our favorite son, Rick Santorum, former senator. And one last speech. Last but never least, Donald Trump.
How are we doing, North Bend? So for those who don't know me, I am the step-nephew of Donald Trump. I am Stephen Trump. And for those of you who ask where I get my last name, well, I legally changed it, but I know I'm not the most popular candidate, but let me tell you something. If you're a full-blooded, proud American, I hope you know where you stand in this election. We are under threat. Trump loves his people, whether you're black, white, yellow, Jewish, Christian, bluefish, redfish, maybe Muslim. But when you see the fabric, of society tear apart as we sit back and do nothing about taxes, debt, jobs, Mexicans, giant walls, or guns, we will be torn apart from the inside out. Now, I love my Uncle T. If he wasn't my step-uncle, I'd date him the same way he dated his daughter. If you agree with his stances, if you agree that we should build a big wall, dispose of birthright citizenship, oppose gun control, annihilate ISIS, and take out their families, cut funding for Planned Parenthood, ban Muslims from entering the U.S., deport every last illegal, and believe that global warming is a hoax created by and for China so that the U.S. would make manufacturing non-competitive, then Trump is right for you. You gotta love him. He's as honest as a businessman can be. I even made a song for him. It goes like this. Humpty Trumpty built a big wall. Humpty Trumpty deported them all. And all of the White House and all of the congressmen couldn't have made America greater again. I hope you picked the right choice. Thank you, North Bend, and thank you, America. God bless you all.
I'm not sure I want to follow that. Look, you just heard from all the, can we get a round of applause for the campaign managers? They're going to be visiting you during your Period 3 caucuses, trying to convince you to vote for their candidates. So feel free to interact with them during Period 3. That is our next step. Now let me explain how the voting is going to work. Each state has a state chair, a leader in that state. The bigger states have a couple of people. What you're going to do during Period 3 is you're going to discuss, you're going to debate, and you're going to try to decide how do the delegates in your state want to vote. Now, the political parties used to really control this process, and they had a rule.
So after those speeches from all the different candidates that we have yet to vote for today, Eric, what kind of energy did you see down there on the floor in the room with the students?
Actually, I thought there was a great energy for three specific candidates. I had Bernie Sanders had a lot of energy throughout the room. Now, whether that had to do solely because of the fact that that his candidate his candidate representative mentioned that he was going to legalize marijuana. I'm not really sure, but there was a lot of support for him in the room. I think also Marco Rubio had a very persuasive argument, and I think he got a good reaction. While I don't think it was as engaging and as funny, I think he still had a good reaction. And then obviously Donald Trump there at the end, that was a rather interesting bit there, and I think that's the kind of polarization that I thought we were going to see, and that might earn him some votes.
I'd have to agree. Those three candidates really seem like the front runners going into this day 2 mock convention. What kind of methods did you see these representatives for the candidates use that really seemed to draw the students in? Anything specific?
I saw two specific different things actually with some of the candidates, such as the Donald Trump esque candidates. I saw more of a humor and a human appeal. But with some of the other candidates, like a Marco Rubio and the Rand Paul, I saw a lot more of the people, or the candidate representatives, using logic and using statistics, and it was competing factors. Was it where you were going to offer your statistics, or were you going to try and connect to your audience? And I thought that was interesting, seeing how that played out.
Yeah, it was really great to see the different methods that they use and how the audience was drawn into different things or how they reacted. Now that they're taking the time to break off in their separate caucuses, what types of things do you think they're going to be discussing as they try to choose a presidential candidate?
Well, I think number one will be how representative of the party's platform the candidates are. I think that should be the number one thing that all of them are discussing, whether they, whether Donald Trump, while he had a great persuasive argument and really connected with the students, did he represent the Millennial Party's views to a T? So it'll be interesting to see who they pick when they come out of this.
Sounds like they have a lot of discussing to do to really see if they do, in fact, line up. Do you think the Big Six from yesterday is going to continue to stay together and support each other today, or do you foresee some possible disagreements between the six?
I think that they definitely could stay together and pose a little bit of a threat, but the thing is, I think there's so many more votes throughout the rest of it. I think just 6 will not be enough to win this election. I think you're going to need to get a lot more than that. But I do see if they stick together, there are a lot of votes with those 6 states. So it'll be interesting to see. But I think you're going to have to win the big swing states. It'll keep an eye on Texas, keep an eye on California, and states like New York, and whoever is able to win them, I think will be able to win themselves the election.
This is true. It could be anyone's game today, though they have lots of things to discuss and voting still to be done, obviously. Though Trump got such a great reaction from the students as a whole, do you think he has a chance at coming out extremely on top, or do you think it's going to be pretty close between him and the other two close behind?
I think it'll be very close. I don't think anybody will run away with this by a landslide. I think this is going to be across the board a very close race. And I think if he does win it, he'll win it narrowly. I think, but you really have to keep your eye on the Bernie Sanders will definitely be up there. I think Bernie Sanders and Hillary Clinton for the Democrats will definitely be at the top of the list, I believe. And then Donald Trump and Marco Rubio would be the two that I would keep my eye on the Republican side.
Awesome. Thanks for the insight, Eric, down there in the midst of our convention. I'm going to throw it over to Maddie to see her opinions from the studio, what she's getting from the different delegates today. Maddie?
It seems to me that all three of us North End reporters all agree on who we think are going to be the bigger hits today, Bernie Sanders, Donald Trump. It's great to see the speeches from the candidates into what they believe in and what they support. It'll be interesting to see if the millennials actually do vote a candidate who believes in the same things we voted yesterday. The discussions were very intense, and we yayed and nayed some key points in society today. So we're going to have to look after the caucuses come back to see who we continue to vote to the top. And I agree with Eric that I don't think anybody's going to take it through a landslide. Like Mr. Monero said in his speech earlier, it's just a couple of votes that'll count. And so we'll see how those votes play out into who becomes our Millennial 2016 president.
Looks like we could be looking at a possible very tight race today as the caucuses spend time discussing and trying to really iron out who they think will be the best candidate. Eric, do you think the caucuses within themselves, each state, are going to continue to argue, or do you think by now, after discussion yesterday, they're pretty much going to agree within themselves?
I think there might be a little bit of dissension within the states, but I think now that they've come up and they've made their proposal for who they believe in totality should be their candidate, I think the states now, as a unit, the states will kind of have their ideas put together on who they would like to vote for. I think now it'll be more of the interstate workings, see who can get the big states, the electoral votes to kind of blend together and get the most amount of electoral college votes for the candidates.
How important do you think it is that the big states send all of their votes to one candidate rather than splitting it within themselves?
I think that's very important. If we'd like to win, if one of these candidates would like to win, winning an entire big state rather than splitting it up, because there's so many candidates across the board that they could be voting for. It's not just two like in a typical election. I think when it's so spread out like this, it's very important that they keep the centralized vote. If you can win a big state and get all of their votes, I think that could be the knockout blow that one of these candidates is looking for.
All right, thanks, Eric. It looks like we have a lot to look forward to today. There's so much discussing going on between the caucuses. And actually, we're going to go to North Penn News reporter Zach Arslan, who has more on what's going on with our convention.
On day one of the simulated presidential convention, North Penn students began an educational journey, kicked off with a speech by political consultant and speechwriter Wendy Melcher.
We need to look at issues and think, how does it affect America as a whole and the world? It's a global economy.
And another speech by Principal Todd Bauer.
And I said to the students that I'm hoping for a unpredictable, realistic, and relevant experience for them.
And definitely Social Studies teacher and event coordinator Mr. Haley had a lot to offer in regards to the convention and political process.
Well, high school students are at that age where they're going to start developing their ideas, their beliefs, and some of that will involve politics. So an event like this gives them a hands-on opportunity to learn how it works and learn how they can be more engaged in politics and be a more responsible, informed, and active citizen. So we try to do that in all the classes in the building with hands-on exercises. This is just a hands-on exercise on steroids.
And it was encouraging to see student leaders like J.T. Mosserat and Katie Solomon show their enthusiasm.
Really missed out. This is something that you will use for your entire life. And if you have any opinions on where America should go, if you want to be a good citizen, then you should be involved with this.
I think it's like the stigma that kids shouldn't get involved is something that has to go. Like, getting involved can be fun and rewarding, and there's so much more to high school than just coming to school and sitting through your classes.
Reporting for North Penn Television, I'm Zach Arslan.
Well, it looks like we have a wide range of candidates that were nominated today in this preliminary discussion between the caucuses. And now as they head off on their own time to really figure things out and just decide on possibly a few. Eric, do you think that having this wide range will limit the votes to go to some of the bigger candidates, or do you think it's really going to just come down to a main three?
You know what, I think that's interesting. I think it could be a split, and I also think the number one thing that we need to look forward to here is as those candidates go out and are actually interacting with the individual caucuses themselves. I think a candidate that maybe we don't have our eye on, maybe like a Jeb Bush candidate could go out and when he has that face-to-face interaction with some of these caucuses, I think he may be able to earn himself some votes there. So. I think it could be spread, but I think we also could be blown away. We could come back here and in an hour when all the votes get tallied, I think a charismatic leader may have secured a lot of votes for themselves. But I think having so many candidates, yes, will probably spread things out a little bit.
Looks like things aren't going to be so predictable on this state too. Right now we have Maddie in the studio with Bernie Sanders, campaign manager.
That's right. I'm here today with David Shelley, the campaign manager for the Democrat Bernie Sanders. He's the first Democrat we've had on the show over these past 2 days. How do you feel your speech went in convincing the audience that Bernie is the way to go?
Well, I absolutely feel that the audience was very into the speech. Even before the speech, there were rounds of applause that were going on as Bernie Sanders was announced.
And how do you think that your chances are of winning the vote today and becoming the Millennial 2016 president?
I think my chances are very high of winning the nomination of the Millennial Party.
Out of all the planks and platforms we talked about yesterday, which one do you feel that we discussed was most important to Bernie's views?
The most important issue that we discussed yesterday was probably the minimum wage. The minimum wage really is the basis of the middle class of America, and I would look forward to raising it as the president.
Perfect. Well, thank you for joining us today, and best of luck to Bernie as the votes continue.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Now the Millennial Party has secured their planks and gotten in line with their views. Eric, which plank do you think is really going to play the most important role in finding a candidate that lines up with it?
I think not just a single plank, but I think the entire social issues thing, I think, is big for the millennial generation and therefore the Millennial Party. I think, you know, who is supporting the legalization of marijuana will be a big thing. I think, you know, the race relations and the LGBT discussion, I think the more progressives on that will probably garner the most support from the students. But like I said, you know, like I've been saying, some of the dissenting views, you know, with some of the passion that the opposition holds, I think that could be a wild card that we could see play in during the debates here in the caucuses.
Are really up to discussion right now as they all meet together and really try to figure things out for this end of the day too. Do you think that Donald Trump's rejection of immigration is going to end up hurting him in the long run, seeing as North Penn is such a diverse student body?
You know what, I thought that going into yesterday, actually, but after we had our discussion on immigration and we decided upon the platform where it was not necessarily going to be a completely permissive border, we were going to have some restrictions put on immigration. I thought that was a little interesting. I think it played a little bit more into Donald Trump's hand. You know, obviously he's a little bit more restrictive than the platform holds, but I think there was a little bit more wiggle room for him now because that platform was not completely permissive and it was a little restrictive like he had been supporting.
It seems like things could actually play in his favor. In fact, that's great. I'm glad to hear that you can really gather that insight from the students. We're here right now in the studio with Rand Paul's campaign manager.
That's right. I'm here with Rand Paul's campaign manager, Ashley Kister, and she just gave her speech on Rand Paul's views. Could you tell us how your speech went and how you think it convinced the audience?
I think my speech went really well. I heard a lot of talking after it ended. I think it gave a new idea to the students, you know, about the libertarian view instead of just regular Republican view. So I think that gave them a new perspective on the system.
Can you expand farther on the libertarian views versus just Republican?
Well, libertarians really believe that the government shouldn't be involved with people's lives, that people can live their own lives and don't need to be told what to do. So that's essentially what it is.
And now that we've heard from other candidates, how do you think your chances are of Rand Paul taking the win of this election?
I think there actually might be a good chance because the kids are really thinking about this new idea I don't think they were really exposed to before, and they're kind of talking about it. So I think that's a good thing that they're talking about a new idea.
Well, it'll be interesting to see when the caucuses come back together how they decide to vote. So thank you for being on the show again today.
Thank you.
After hearing the confidence from Rand Paul's campaign manager, Eric, do you think the students will continue to show support for Rand Paul, or do you think that he will get pushed to the back?
I think he has a little bit of an uphill battle facing off against a couple of the other Republicans. You know, the libertarian views are not necessarily in line with the planks that we had created yesterday. However, the campaign manager did do a very nice job of capturing the attention of the audience. So I think, you know, how important is the person putting the campaign manager's face and their speech to it. I think the speech definitely did help Rand Paul's position, but I think it's all going to be water under the bridge because I do not believe that Rand Paul will be able to get enough votes to win the election.
With some of our planks yesterday being very close in the voting, do you really think that what we established yesterday is going to fully play into today, considering some students really just didn't agree with what the party had decided on as a whole?
I think there might be a little bit of dissension. However, I think if you look at a lot of the planks yesterday, there was a lot of unanimity in what the party had decided upon. You know, there were a lot of overwhelming votes, you know, that weren't close. So I think because there is so much, all of our views are most of our views, I should say, are so in line with each other. I think that will definitely help. Yeah.
All right, Eric, sounds great. Thank you. I hope the millennials end up sticking together with the views that they created yesterday. Maddie's here now with convention advisor, Mr. Haley.
The man of the hour is here, Mr. Haley, the one who's been in charge of putting these months and months of work together to make this convention such a success. Thanks for being here with us today, Mr. Haley. How do you feel the convention has gone so far?
I think it's gone very well. Our goal is that students become engaged. Now you have 1,000 students, that's a difficult task, but I was very impressed by the discussions we had yesterday on the different topics, the ideas that they brought to the table, the fact that they were able to listen to somebody who said something they didn't agree with and treated it respectfully. I thought it went very well.
You've allowed us to have a great group of motivational speakers who give their political views and aspects on the importance of youth continuing to vote and being active. How did you go among choosing who should speak?
We always invite all the candidates are always invited, but it's the beginning of the primary and caucus season, so they're not coming to Pennsylvania because our primary is not till April. So we never really have the opportunity to bring an actual candidate, so we look to the local politicians and local folks that are involved in the system. And Wendy Melcher was someone I didn't know before we started this process, and I'm so happy I met her. She's awesome. The energy and the knowledge, and she's right in the trenches. She's working for a candidate to try to win the nomination to be the next president. She's the speechwriter. So when this candidate speaks, it's her. That's the one you're hearing. I mean, you don't get much more experience than that. And then
right.
Chris Monero is a former graduate here. He was part of the convention when he was here. He's a social studies teacher and a local politician. And the message he brought today was what we've been trying to do every year I've been teaching here, is to convince people that voting is important.
We've been lucky enough to have both of those speakers on the show today. The convention's been going on for about 11 conventions so far. Why do you think it's important that we continue this tradition?
The mission of North Penn School District has always included that we are going to create and produce graduates from this building who are capable of going out into the world ready to be responsible, productive citizens. Civics education is as important as the maths and the sciences and all of those other major courses. And you can go out and become the best scientist in the world, but if you don't understand how the political system works, chances are you're never going to get to do what you want to do. So that's why this tradition was started by Jim Finnemeyer back in 1976, and we tried to do it every 4 years ever since. And it's our goal is to get students excited, interested, engaged, and involved in the process so that when they leave this high school, hopefully it'll carry on.
Well, I know you're super busy with the day 2 of the convention going on, so thank you for joining us on the show today, and I'm looking forward to see how the rest of the day plays out.
Thank you for having me.
Thanks.
Considering the amount of passion we saw day 1 of our Millennials Parties convention, Eric, what kind of energy have you seen already today to start off this day 2?
I think the energy has continued over from yesterday. I think there's actually some more energy today in the room earlier on than there was yesterday. So I think that's good. And when we come back, I think with all the voting that's going to be happening, that will bring a lot more energy into the room as well. So I'm looking forward to a day that is going to be as passionate as yesterday was.
Awesome. I can't wait to see what the rest of the day holds. What kind of things do you think students will really take from today versus yesterday's discussions?
The understanding of how the voting process works. That seems to be the main focus of today, and I think people are going to understand that more, and I think they're also going to understand the political stances that some of these, there is a difference between the different candidates and what they're supporting, and it's not just red and blue. There's actually a face behind the people in each party, and some students I don't think believe that, but coming out after today, hearing the bios that we heard earlier and listening to the candidates' representative speeches, I think they'll understand that there's a face behind those colors.
It is, in fact, really great for students to recognize these differences. And speaking of the faces behind the party, we actually have Ben Carson's representative here with us.
That's right. Ben Carson's representative, who is a Republican, is here with us. And she just gave her speech on Ben Carson's views. Can you tell me a little bit about how your speech went?
Actually, I think it went really well. I had a lot of the main points, I think, and it wasn't too long.
I didn't do a lot of philandering, but I don't really think I need to. I just tried to hit points that could really relate to teens.
And speaking of the points, yesterday the millennials voted on their views on certain platforms and planks. Can you tell us which ones you think specifically hit with Ben Carson's views?
Well, he is more a conservative Republican, so I feel as though most of his views kind of went towards gay marriage, legalization of marijuana, and he's also really big in the education plan.
Those were definitely some big topics that we discussed yesterday, and we saw a lot of student passion in those debates. What do you think, after giving your speech today, are your chances of taking the poll and winning the vote?
At the moment, I feel as though a lot of people don't know about Ben Carson, but I think once they get to learn his views and policies, we could have a chance of winning.
Well, thank you for being on the show with us today. It was great to have you, and we'll see how Ben does in the election.
Thanks. You. After hearing Ben Carson's rep state that they don't feel that many students are really aware of his views, Eric, do you think that lines up with what you've been hearing so far from the different delegations?
Actually, down here to my left, I have the Tennessee delegation, and I have yet to hear his name come up. I think a lot of the four names that I had mentioned earlier, the four that are kind of dominating the room so far. But that doesn't mean that while the representative couldn't walk around and kind of get the face out there a little bit more and stir up conversation about Ben Carson. Once the name rolls off someone's tongue once, that's all it can take to have it take an entire room and start a conversation. And that's how you win states. And then as you keep winning states, that's how you can win an election. So anything can happen, especially when you have one of these candidates who actually has a student representative walking around and mingling right now.
Sounds like some candidates have really an uphill battle in front of them with these big faces taking such a liking with the North Penn delegations today. Do you see any conversation going on specifically mentioning planks from yesterday, or are people really just trying to focus just in on specific candidates?
I think the only planks that I'm hearing really talked about are some of the social planks. I think everything, the economic policies, we have kind of well established, in the foreign policy we have well established, but I think the debate now is the different candidates that they're going to be choosing from the social policies that they bring to the table.
Thanks for the insight, Eric. Right now we actually have Marco Rubio's campaign manager here. Let's see what he thinks about today.
Thanks, Maddie. Marco Rubio's representative is in the studio with us today, and they just gave a speech addressing our audience, which are our voters. How do you think that speech went today?
Well, I think that speech went really well. I understand it might have been a little bit long, but I talked to some of the voters, the delegates. They all thought that I got my points across, which is really what I was aiming to do.
We talked about a lot of controversial points yesterday. Which one of those points do you feel Marco Rubio best supports?
Well, one of the things that surprised me was the education, college. I thought that everybody was going to go right for Bernie for free college tuition, but it turns out that we ended up being in favor of affordable, just making college more affordable, which is what Marco Rubio wants to do.
And now that the caucuses are together discussing and you've given your speech, how do you suppose your chances of winning this election are going to favor?
Well, I think the thing that hurt my election the most was that I was followed by Donald Trump. That speech was fabulous, and I think that's going to draw a lot of attention. I hope that just people remember Marco Rubio, because if they remember who he is and what he stands for, they're going to vote for him, because he stands for the right things.
And can you just give us a brief recap on what he believes in?
So Marco Rubio knows that right now immigration is a problem, but he still knows that immigrants are the basis of the bottom of our country. They build us up. That's how we got here. So he knows that citizenship needs to be an option for them, but we still need to secure the border.
Well, I'm sure you have some discussion to do with the caucuses convincing them that Marco Rubio is the right candidate for the 2016 Millennial campaign. Thank you for joining us on the show today.
Thanks. I'm glad to be here.
After having so many students involved in this simulated convention and really getting a feel for the real-life political world, Eric, how many students do you really think are going to go on and actually vote in this real-life 2016 presidential election?
I'd like to hope that this would be a big experience for the students, and it would really spur them out to go and vote. I think it'll also be assisted by the fact that this will be the first time voting for almost everybody in this room, and it'll be a presidential election. And I think students are captured a little bit more by, the enormity of that and how big that is. So I think that will definitely get some kids to the polls, and I'd like to hope that after listening to Mrs. Melcher's speech and Mr. Monero's speech, I'd like to hope that students understand that it is their civic duty to get out and vote, and that they would come November and some of the other primaries leading up to it, if they can, if they're eligible, be able to go out and vote.
How much, in terms of this voting, how much do you think that media coverage and technology has played a role in getting students involved with what's actually going on in the political world?
I think it's huge. I think it's, to be honest, I think it's the basis of Donald Trump's candidacy right now, is having the information at your fingertips. You can have like CNN and an app on your phone and giving you updates. There's channels everywhere you flip it. Everyone's talking about it. So I think how connected we are as millennials because of the technology we have puts politics like right in the palm of our hands, and I think that does a lot for if it's accessible, if it's right here, if we know about it, it's something we're going to pay attention to, and that's when I think we can act upon it, and that's what will get more kids out and voting and involved and interested in politics.
This generation really does have a great opportunity to get involved. Right now we have Martin O'Malley's campaign manager to talk to us.
Martin O'Malley's campaign manager is here with us today, and you are definitely one of the several other representatives we've had on the show so far, and just like all the other ones, they were able to give their speech to our student body. How do you feel that your speech went in convincing the audience that you should be elected president?
Well, I believe my speech went very well. I believe I showed all my points, which was very important, so students know who I am, because who Martin O'Malley is, because a lot of times people don't really know him. They're all focused on the Donald Trumps, the Bernie Sanders, and the Hillary Clinton. But now that I got a chance to show what Martin O'Malley stands for, I think my speech went very well.
We've discussed a lot of topics yesterday. Which one of those do you feel best supports O'Malley's beliefs and views?
Well, I believe they all stand for him because he's a pretty liberal guy, so a lot of the vote, and he's also conservative. What also kind of seems strange is that we had the free college education while O'Malley supports affordable college. So that was pretty interesting. And the only thing he didn't really 100% agree with was the marijuana. He supported a federal decriminalization, not a federal legalization, while everyone wanted a federal legalization. So other than that, I believed it went really great.
Like you had said before, a lot of students may seem focused on the Bernie Sanders, Trump, and Clinton. Are you worried that you're not going to collect enough votes to win this election?
Well, I am worried that I'm not going to collect enough votes, but I do know that a lot of people, they're worried about them. Like Bernie Sanders is one extreme, Hillary Clinton's under federal investigation, then Marco Rubio kind of changes his points. Ted Cruz is also a bit extreme. So I think Martin O'Malley, since now that they know who he is and what he stands for, and he's not one of the extremes, I think they will vote for him.
Well, I'm sure there's a lot of discussion to be done and a lot more convincing to do. Thank you for being on the show today, and best of luck in the election.
Thank you.
After hearing quite a few nays from the mention of Martin O'Malley, Eric, do you think he has a chance at accumulating any votes at all today?
I definitely think he does. He does because, like I said, he has more leftward swinging views, and I think that's in line with more of our planks from yesterday. So I think when the delegations are talking, if they're using their reasoning and they're looking at the planks from yesterday, I think he is definitely a candidate that should be considered. He isn't as polarizing as some of the other candidates, but if you look at the hard facts, the statistics, and the way he would take the country, I think he is a viable option considering our planks.
Looks like anything is possible today with voting and the different caucuses, opinions and such. Do you think that any candidate really can come out extremely on top besides Donald Trump?
I don't think extremely on top. I do not think any candidate will come out extremely on top. I do think that there is something to be said for Sanders. being a front runner, and I do also think there's something to be said for Marco Rubio being a front runner because of how polarizing they were, and also the argument. I think you can't overlook the Bernie Sanders with how the free college tuition that he would be pushing for, and the legalization, the not only decriminalization but legalization of marijuana. I think is also something that high school students can get behind. So I think those would be your front runners, but I cannot say at this point that I would think anybody would run away with this election. I think this is going to be a very tight race, and there will be no landslide. This will come down to the big states and also the little states at the end.
Glad that you could really see the energy from the students and get a better idea of what they're going to lean towards today. Well, speaking of Donald Trump, we actually have his campaign manager in our studio.
Hello.
That's
How
right.
you doing?
Sure, take the show. As it seems, as you gave your speech today, you seem to be one of the crowd favorites with a roaring passion at the conclusion of your speech. How do you feel that your speech went to our student body?
I think it went fantabulous. I mean, I said everything that Donald Trump said, I'm an honest man. He's an honest man. He's going to make this country better again. And so what I'm trying to do is I'm trying to deliver his words through my mouth, and I give it out to the crowd. And when I do that, I think all hell breaks loose. We're going to do good.
We talked about social and economic policies yesterday that the millennials believe in. Which one was Donald most strongly supportive of?
Well, I personally think that Donald Trump is most supportive of immigration and Syrians and the illegal immigration that's going on in our country right now. And basically, can't have any Syrian refugees because Donald Trump loves this country. He was made from this country. He wants to protect the American people. And if he wants to protect the American people, he's got to let nobody in that is a threat to us.
That could be a potentially very true point. How do you feel, as seeming to be the crowd favorite, your chances are of continuing, although it's been rumored that this election won't be taken through a landslide?
Well, here's what I'll say. My Uncle Trump, he's got a lot of money. I think, as a person, that he knows his way to go about things. I think that this is going to be a great election. It doesn't even matter if I win or not, because Donald Trump, he's got life right where he's headed. If he doesn't get the presidency, that's absolutely fine.
Well, we'll see if Trump's legacy ends up continuing on to being the Millennial 2016 president. But right now, we're going to head it back to the desk.
Seems like Trump has a very open mind during this mock convention, but let's check out some highlights and such from our platform discussion yesterday.
I'm outraged that people are convinced from birth that every person like that is a terrorist. It's appalling to me. We need to educate everyone. We need to show that we have to go beyond our borders and open our minds to new ideas.
I know people who are in jail for marijuana possession. That makes no sense. Why would you want them to be in jail, pay your money to hide their food, and to keep them in a cell for something that doesn't harm anyone?
The rich people in our government think that they can control the people that don't make any money. Tax the rich in this country, tax corporations, tax on marijuana, make that illegal. This specific platform regards and is encompassing most of our problems at the moment. They cannot expect, they blame us for being stupid. They say the millennials are stupid, they're always on their phones. What do they expect us to do when people that are working off of minimum wage cannot go to college to get an education like they want us to? The people in the government are preventing us from getting an education, and there are obvious ways to fix this. The only problem is they don't want to because they grew up rich.
Let's check out a little bit more insight on yesterday's platform discussion. Maddie?
We're here with one of our passionate discussion leaders, Devin Robertson, the representative from the state of Maine. Students who were in the debate yesterday could see that he was very passionate at the platforms and discussions we talked about. What were some topics that we discussed yesterday that particularly sparked your passion or the state of Maine's passion?
I think one of the discussions we definitely talked about was climate change and student loan debts. Education is obviously a very important thing in our country, and it's something that we deserve and we need, but we're not getting from our current government. And something else, climate change. It's something that encompasses all, the world. We need to work on this together. So we realize that it's something that us young people can do. We can work towards that in the future. So.
Do you think that your passion at the podium was able to spread to the other states in influencing their votes as we aid and aid these plank discussions?
I like to think that the words that I spoke could help people realize that there are more important arguments to fight than the ones that we're fighting now. And I like to think that our state will lead the way, will pave the way for great decisions in the future, for things to actually get taken care of.
Does the state of Maine foresee or have particular favor for any candidate so far?
We favor Bernie Sanders. Some of his plans are a bit over extreme, but we do think that his main goals are domestic issues and something that's very important in this country rather than just foreign policy.
Being that Maine is a smaller state, are you worried that the bigger swing states are going to have an overwhelming power over your vote?
It's definitely mostly what the states decide to do. If they decide to do one whole vote, then it's equal voting. But if they decide to do each person from each state votes, then I think definitely there'll be a problem with, the way the voting goes. But I do think that people will choose the right candidate.
Well, being as passionate as you were yesterday, it wouldn't surprise me if I saw you back up at the microphone later today. Congratulations on being so encouraging and saying your views. Great job. Thank you.
After focusing yesterday on some really big current event issues and problems that are going on in the world today that are real and just a fact for everyone, even North Penn students, do you think that they have developed their opinions towards U.S. government a little bit differently? Do you feel that students might in fact be unsatisfied with how things are being run today?
I think that is definitely true. I think the approval rating of the U.S. government right now is the lowest it's been in a while, and I think the young people are the ones who are not happy with the way the country is being run, and especially some of the social problems that we have and the economic problems that we have. So I do think a lot of people came in, and I think more saw problems than were relieved by what was going on. I think when you sat everyone down and they're looking at statistics and hearing other people talking about the problems that we have, it became real for some of the students who maybe were not necessarily as involved coming into it. So I think a lot of people realize that there are a lot of problems in this country that we need to deal with, and they're problems right now. So I think that was a big part of yesterday.
Hopefully this will in fact encourage students to go out and vote and really voice their own opinions in our real life political world. Right now we have a member of the Secret Service here.
Curtis, the Secret Service agent, is here with us today in the studio. We spoke with a Secret Service agent yesterday, but that was toward the beginning of the day. How do you think the conclusion of the first day and the beginning of the second day is going from a security standpoint?
We haven't had any problems with anybody. It's just been everything's been going swell. It's no problems, so that's always a good thing.
Now, you're also on the floor like our other coverage. How do you see that the students are behaving and their overall reactions?
One or two, just they're standing out a bit, doing a little bit more reaction, like booing and such. But aside from that, nothing extreme. It's mainly just, I see only positivity down there. Maybe a few that stand out, but nothing major.
So there haven't been any concerns or anything that put you guys on high alert so far?
Just one, the mascot. There's a talk of the mascot getting stolen, and we'll deal with that when we get there. Nothing terribly out of control, and we have everything in hand.
Why is the Secret Service so important to these campaign runners?
It's just to make sure that they're safe and that nobody acts up, and if they do act up, that they get escorted out.
Well, the Secret Service is doing a great job protecting our students and the campaign runners today. Thank you for joining us on the show.
After observing the passion and how involved students were yesterday with our mock convention that's only 2 days, do you see, Eric, do you think any students are going to decide to get involved in politics here at North Penn?
I think definitely there is there is the opportunity for the students to do that. I think a lot of the juniors, we're coming up on student election season, and I think moving forward, we're seeing a lot of people who could, I think one of the people running this, Katie Solomon, would be a great person for office. I think she has kind of embodied what a strong teenager who is into politics and is apt with what's going around them. I think she embodies that, so I think she would definitely be someone who I could see going into politics moving forward. But I'd just like to hope that someone in this room right now maybe walked in and was not necessarily aware of what's going on around them or into politics, and through the process of this convention, coming out on the other side, they are involved and they are going to go and get more involved. And I think that was the entire goal of this mock convention.
Seems like they're doing a great job of achieving more interest in politics and really getting involved in the world. I want to talk to our very own Maddie about the energy that she's been seeing from people after talking to different managers and such.
After discussing with many representatives, teachers, and students throughout the school day here in the studio, it seems that everyone is taking this very seriously and really using it as a learning opportunity. I don't think that once this convention's over today, that this is going to be the last time we're going to hear about it. I believe that through the weeks and through the school year, it's going to be brought up, some of the key points we talked about today, and I think it's even going to be outside of school in students' everyday conversations. This is not something that students at any other high school get to experience in our area, and North Penn's very lucky to be able to put on such an incredible event like this. And I really hope that students in the future, even if it's in their own history class or in their jobs or even looking into careers, they consider the things that they've learned today over this past 2 days in this convention.
Thanks for the insight, Maddie. Eric, do you in fact also agree that students will continue to carry on their convention discussions into their possible everyday lives and continue to just have different opinions on what's going on in the world around them?
Yeah, I think that definitely will play into it. We're moving on. February coming up next month. We have the caucuses starting for the actual presidential election. So I think this is a good way to prep everybody for that. We're here now. Everybody in the room understands what's going on during this presidential election season. So and when the media will start to get dominated by the presidential race even more than it is already, I think the students will understand what is going on because of what has gone on around us these last 2 days. And I think it will prep them for what is going on and will make the students who are able to vote and are going to vote much more informed voters, and they will understand what it is they're going to get involved in.
This is, in fact, such a great opportunity for students to become more aware of what's going on in the world around them and really even voice their own opinions from people that might not have the normal incentive to go up there and share what they're thinking. Can you let us know what's going on down there right now on the floor of the convention?
Yeah, right now, actually, it seems as if most of the caucuses have decided upon who their candidates were. I think yesterday, when we had this breakout time with the caucuses, there was a lot more heated discussion based on the platform. But I think now that we have our platform set and the state representatives, I think they were really easily able to pick their candidate like that, and then they're all just kind of sitting, mulling about right now, just waiting for everyone to come back in so we can get the election process started. But it seems at this point that the political deliberation seems to be over. They seem to know who they want to go with, who their candidate is. So I think everyone's just getting ready for the upcoming election.
That's great. It seems like so much has gone into this 2-day convention, and right now we actually want to talk with somebody from the planning committee that made all of this possible.
Karen is here from the planning committee, and to get such a successful event like this done already in January, it takes months and months of work. Can you explain a little bit what your job and the behind the scenes of getting ready for this huge success has been?
I helped with a lot of the technology side of things. I designed the name tags and made it easier for us to make 184 pages of name tags. I also worked on how we're going to display the votes when everyone puts their votes in for the candidates. So we're going to have that shown on screen as they're being counted. It's going to be very exciting. So we designed a spreadsheet for that and a couple of graphs.
Are there anything that the students don't know that went into this that made this such a great event?
I don't think the students understand that we planned every aspect. We had to design the logo. We had to name the party. We came up with the symbols and the colors. We had people talking to newspapers. We wanted to make sure that this was covered properly. So there was all that behind the scenes work that nobody really saw.
And from a student aspect, do you think it's going as well as planned or better?
I think it's going about as well as we could have expected, maybe even a little better. It's been really exciting and really fun, and I think everyone's learning a lot.
As a young adult, do you think this is going to help you create your own political views and learn how to portray them in the future?
Absolutely. I think this is giving people a great starting point if they don't have one, or it can help them develop their views further if they do.
Perfect. Well, she is a representative from the state of Texas, so we'll let you get back talking with your caucus as the votes are going to take place later. Thank you for joining us on the show.
Thank you.
It's really great seeing how successful this two-day mock convention has gone so far, and really hearing what's gone on behind the scenes with things that people wouldn't even realize how dedicated the people involved have been, and they've really just turned this into such a learning experience. And after all, we are all students still. We have a lot to learn, and it's just great that we can get involved in the political world as well. Eric, as you hear people kind of coming back in and mulling around, have you heard any names getting mentioned so far?
Yeah, not so surprisingly, I've heard a lot of Donald Trump from individual people and from groups as well. I've heard some Bernie Sanders. Bernie Sanders is named, jumped around a couple times. So I think the candidates that we had said earlier have a good chance of making some noise in the election. I think are the candidates that people are definitely talking about, and I think you do have to watch the Donald Trump, because there are the people. I have Tennessee right down here in front of me, and they were talking about how passionately they were. Some of them really wanted to go for Donald Trump. So I think those are the guys we have to keep an eye on. But I would watch the Bernie Sanders, I would watch Marco Rubio, and Donald Trump. Those are the three that I've heard the most from, and I think we've had their representatives in here talking to the caucuses, and I think they've had the most warm reaction of any of the candidates.
Seeing as this voting could go in any of the directions that you had mentioned earlier or towards any of the candidates, do you believe that at this point the caucuses are going to vote as a whole or split up?
I cannot tell at this point whether they're going to split up or whether they're going to stay together, but what I can say is that it will make a big difference whether they decide to split up or vote together. I think if you win, if they decide to stay together and one candidate wins a couple of big states, I think there could be a little bit more of maybe like a 10-point victory for some candidate, because I think there's too many candidates for someone to completely run the table. But I think if you win a couple of big states, the entire big state, there's a good chance that you can win this election, maybe by margin of like 6 to 9. But if they split up the votes, I think it'll make it a lot closer. And with the spreading votes, so I think that could be as Mr. Monero talked about earlier, winning an election or losing an election just by one vote. I think that definitely could be the case if we see people splitting up their votes.
Seems like there still has a lot of decision making to be done today. Taking this focus a little bit differently, how satisfied do you think the different history teachers are with this event so far?
Oh, I think they're thrilled. If we look at some of the teachers who I've seen walking around, Mr. Brumball has been really engaged and talking to the students, and I think Mr. Haley, who is running all of this, has talked about how satisfied he is with everything that's running. We've had a couple of unexpected interruptions, but other than that, everything has run very, very smoothly, very well, and we're working through things. If you look around me in the auditorium, it's decorated very nicely. It's the red, white, and blue everywhere, the stars. Everyone who set this up has done a very nice job, and it has run exactly as it should have, and they've done a very nice job with this.
I'm glad to hear people are so into it and involved, and that the teachers really are seeing their students take this opportunity seriously instead of just kind of relaxing and treating it not just as an assembly but as an event to really participate in. And being students here at North Penn, we all can see the different effects this political convention can have on us too. Maddie, how do you think this convention is beneficial to students?
As a member of the student body, I think this is making an outlasting impression. I think that students will, like I've said before, really be able to take this into consideration and maybe pay attention a little more as our real election is starting to begin, and they might understand a little bit better the process, that it's not like one day we have two candidates and we vote and there's our president. There's a lot more historically that goes into this, and as a member, I'm I'm looking forward to seeing my peers' reactions, being that I've been in the studio. It'll be exciting to see how the discussions continue in the classroom, even if it's outside of our history classes. I think this has been nothing but positive, and I really hope this tradition continues through the North Penn High School.
Looks like there's a lot of anticipation for what the rest of Day 2 will hold. Eric, being a North Penn news reporter out on the floor and really in the midst of what's going on, have you learned anything new about politics or just your students in general throughout the past 2 days?
Well, I think it's interesting. What I've learned the most is how much unanimity there is between the students and what we're looking for at a high school age. I think a lot of the social ideas, there's a lot of social progressivism, which I didn't think there would be as much as there is. So I think that was very interesting to see, and I think it's interesting just how involved and how heated conversations can get out here on the floor. So those would be the two major things that I've picked up over the last 2 days. But, there's a lot of the day left, so I could pick up more as we move forward.
It's really great having your coverage down there to give us an idea of the spirit of this convention and seeing how amped up students are really about getting involved in the political world and such. Are things kind of getting ready to start with the elections down there, or we still have some discussion between caucuses?
Yeah, most of the discussion has ended at this point. People are starting to file back in a little bit, but the passing time should be coming up as we speak. So the conversations are winding down. The people are starting to file back in, and we're looking forward to the elections, which will be starting here in a short time.
All right, thanks, Eric. Thanks for the great insight from down there. Seeing as we have again, wide range of candidates, and you say that you really don't think anyone's really going to take the front lead on this, and it's really anybody's game at this point. Maddie, what do you think after talking to some representatives? How do you think the candidates stand for this voting?
I think an interesting point that students have forgotten is Hillary Clinton, if elected president, would be our first female president. And when 2008 came and Barack Obama was elected, he became our first African-American president. So this may be another influential year where history can change. Our history of presidents throughout our entire existence as the United States of America has been male. So I haven't heard that in the discussions yet, and I'm surprised that I haven't, being that our student body is so diverse, and we did talk about women's rights and equality. I do, however, as well as we've predicted Donald Trump and Bernie Sanders to be leading the top. It'll be interesting to see how the students vote, and I wonder if at the end of the day, as the votes begin to tally, if thoughts may sway and votes may change.
Thanks, Maddie. After our heated discussion yesterday on gender equality and really wanting women to have equal opportunities in the world, presidency is an equal opportunity for male and females. Do you think, Eric, that students will take into consideration that Hillary Clinton would be, in fact, our first female president if she gets elected?
I think definitely people are thinking about it, and I think she may garner a little bit more of the female vote. If we have a class that's dominated a little bit more by females, them looking forward to that progressiveness, and her ideas fall in line with a lot more of the platform. So she would be the obvious choice for me if there would be a girl that would be elected. So I think they're definitely she was one of the people I said you have to keep an eye on because of that reason right there.
Students have really shown their involvement, and they really do seem to be understanding these different candidates and what they stand for and who really could end up taking the vote. Being a fellow student also here at North Penn High School, do you think there are any classes that we could implement about politics that students would really be interested in, or any aspects of the political world that students would be interested in?
I think you definitely could look to put in more of a politics 101 class or something along those lines to understand the American government. We have AP American Government as a class offered here to seniors, and they do understand that in that class you're going to learn a lot about the political system here in the United States. But I think to understand the civic duty and have a full year course devoted to understanding the U.S. political system and how it works, especially at a local level, not just at the U.S. level, I think would also be something that we could offer here at North Penn that would be very, very beneficial for students.
Do you think that although politics is a history class-based discussion and they're the ones that get to participate, do you think it would be beneficial for other subjects to also be involved in the discussion, because after all, everyone does have a vote?
Yeah, I think that would definitely be good. And politics isn't just necessarily a history thing. There's social things that play into this. So I think there are a lot of different classes that this falls under. And politics are something that affects everyone. It doesn't matter if you're a chemist, your politics affect you. If you look, we have Ben Carson here, and Ben Carson does not come from a political background. He's a neurosurgeon, but he decided that he wasn't happy with what was going on in the country, and he decided he was going to turn himself into a politician. And now he's running for the presidency of the United States. So I think that's, politics involves everyone. It's not just, political science majors that are getting involved with this. It's everyone. Everyone affects you, all walks of life.
It is such an all-encompassing experience, and it really does delve into so many different areas and people and things like that. Do you think that through this experience, students have become more aware of issues and things going on in the world today?
I think definitely a lot of students are much more aware. You could tell there's some students that came in who were very aware of what was going on in the world, and they were the ones who typically, would go up to the mic. But, there were people who during the discussions who would go and, be on their phones looking things up, and you're looking things up, you're learning. And that was the big thing Mrs. Melcher said yesterday, talking about wanting to learn, always learn, no matter where you go, what you do, you're always learning. And so I think that's something, people looking it up, people listening to other people's opinions. I think, the more we talk about things, we bounce things off each other, and, there's statistics rolling around, there's ideas. I think definitely a lot of people have picked up a lot of things. And I think people who also came in knowing a lot and thinking they knew a lot, maybe learned some new things, had some ideas change, understand things a little differently now. So I think everyone was able to get something from this, whether you were really into politics coming into it or whether you couldn't tell a Democrat from a Republican at the beginning of this.
As students, we are learning new things every day, and our reporter Maddie has really gotten to talk to people who are involved in all aspects of this convention. Maddie, how do you think the convention has gone as a whole, and what are some important things we need to continue after this convention?
High school following the conclusion of this mock convention is to thank the teachers and the students and the organizations that work together to make this such a great event. Like we've said before, it isn't something that can happen overnight. And this is a tradition here at North Penn, and if we want this tradition to continue, then it's going to need encouragement and proving why students do appreciate this event, and it's not just an excuse to get out of class. It's a chance to learn, and it's a chance to have fun with your peers, and maybe understand someone's political views that you didn't know, and maybe adopt some of them to become your own. I think as a whole, this has been an incredible experience for not only students, but also the staff, to see that their students are passionate about things other than their extracurriculars outside of school.
It really is great to see students so involved and learning new things and really just getting into the feel of this mock convention, that although we aren't putting on a real, political convention, that students are really taking it seriously and being respectful of their peers, which is really important since we all do go to the same school and we have different ideas that although you may not agree, people are really listening and considering others' ideas instead of just shutting them out. Eric, can you tell us a little bit about what's just going on the floor currently?
Yeah, right now we have all the caucuses are beginning to file back in, and it looks as if almost everyone's here. We're filled back up. There's a little bit of a buzz around the room because it's voting time. It's all been leading up to this right here. We have our platform. Now we just need to pick who's going to represent that platform. And it looks to me as some of the speakers and the heads of this are up at the podium right now, and they're making their way up on the stage. So I think we'll be getting right back on track here in probably the next 2 or 3 minutes.
Awesome. It seems like things are really getting underway. We have a lot to look forward to as the rest of the day. With the energy in the room, are you getting more of an anxious, excited, or a combination of both type of feel from the students so far?
It seems a little bit of not necessarily anxious, but I think it's more of an anticipatory feel. Some of the candidates are doing their last little millions about, trying to see, if they can drum up any more votes for themselves. But I think it's not necessarily it's anxious, but there's a sense of anticipation for it's all been leading up to this, and we're going to get the voting started. And the whole voting process, how it's going to work, is a very interesting process. So I think people understand how it's going to be working, how it's going to break down. So I think everyone's just looking forward to it at this point.
There is certainly a lot to look forward to, as the voting is our a main event basically for today, and we really can see where the presidency is going to lead and which direction it's going to take. And although we say that the presidency is very open for interpretation, as there are so many candidates that really fit the platform and are popular within the students, who do you possibly foresee as being a possible vice president at the end of today?
A possible vice president. Actually, I think earlier I heard a motion from the floor to say Jeb Bush vice president for Donald Trump. And I think there was also another one with Jeb Bush being the vice president for Marco Rubio. So I think that you have to keep your eye on Jeb Bush. I mean, there's a chance he had a very good student representative that he could earn the presidency himself. But the vice presidency could also go to him, because I've heard motions for him to become the vice president already from the floor. And there's more room for that to happen now with the deliberations starting.
Awesome. It seems like things really are open for interpretation today, as students decide to solidify their votes and really just pick a president and then again pick a vice president. But let's see what's going on down at the floor with our mock convention.
Thank you very much. Before we get to the part you've been waiting for, I have two comments. First thing I'd like to do is we have a special guest in the crowd today. We mentioned this man yesterday. Whoa, whoa, where are you going? Stop that girl. All right. Well done, Sergeant at Arms. I don't know if you folks have noticed, but at every convention there are security guards to make sure things don't get out of hand, because somebody always tries to do something.
Well, it looks like one of our fiery protesters just stole our mascot, the bulldog.
Give a big round of applause for the security guard, Sergeant at Arms, JROTC. Thank you for stopping the disruption. So back to the task. Need to get quiet, folks. Yesterday, I mentioned a gentleman who started this North Penn High School mock convention tradition back in 1976. He was a social studies teacher here, H. James Finnemeyer, and he is now in the back of the auditorium. If you guys want to take a turn around and wave, Mr. Finnemeyer. That's the man. That's the man you should thank for this opportunity. He started the tradition, and we're trying to live up to it, and I'd say you guys have done a fabulous job so far of doing that. That's the good news. The second announcement I have to make for you is not good news from my perspective, and I don't think you'll like it either. So again, quiet. I heard from a politician last night who wanted to know how our thing was going. How's that thing going? And told him it was going great, how excited I was, and all the different ideas that you guys brought out yesterday, and the way that you interacted together and listened and respected each other's opinions. And his reply was, so what? Doesn't matter. They don't vote. That's the message we're trying to get to you folks. You can have all the opinions you want, but if you don't put it into action, you don't matter. All right, so that's not good news. That's not what I wanted to hear. I was a little angry to hear that story, to hear that message, but I thought you needed to hear it, because it doesn't end at 2 o'clock today when we're done. You need to take it and move on from here. All right, so now back to the events of the day, back to the convention. The way this process works is it's an alphabetical roll call of the states. All right, so we're going to go from A to Z, one state at a time. Our tellers committee up here, Kara and Erin, are going to announce the states. Wherever you are, your state chair is going to get up and come to the nearest microphone. You're going to get to identify yourself and your state, and you're going to read out your vote. All right, again, quiet. You need to be quiet when the announcement's made because you're going to see the verbal vote translate onto the screen behind you. So our technicians in the back, NPTV, Mr. Durr, you guys need to be able to hear. So you have to be quiet. Once it's announced, give a little bit of a pause so they can hear it, and then I want you to yell and scream and cheer if you like that vote. This is where you get loud. But in order for it to work, they have to hear the vote so that you can see the results come up here. Then you can scream and yell and cheer. All right? And again, remember, the states decided how they wanted to vote. You could vote as a block. You could split your vote. That's entirely up to you. And here's the way it works. In order to become the nominee, you need a majority of the delegates. So based on the number of students coming from all the different teachers, you need to reach 516 votes in order to achieve a majority. So that's the target number you're going to be watching on the screen. All right, so I'm going to turn it over to Karen Aaron now, and they'll walk you through the process.
All right, when I call your state, can you come up to the nearest microphone? Alabama? All right, mic 1.
Individual votes, we have 11 votes for Bernie, 6 votes for Rubio, and 1 vote for Trump.
Can you so close? Go back for a second. All right, Alaska?
Wait. I want you to do it twice so that they hear it, okay? All right.
So 11 votes for Bernie, 6 votes for Rubio, and 1 vote for Trump.
All right, Alaska? Mic 3.
We got 1 vote for Trump, 2 votes for Rubio, and 5 votes for Sanders, and 1 vote for Hillary. Again. 1 vote for Trump, 2 votes for Rubio, 5 votes for Sanders, and 1 vote for Hillary.
Arizona? Mic 4.
12 votes for Sanders, 7 votes for Donald Trump. 12 for Sanders, 7 for Trump.
Arkansas? Mic 1.
We got 16 for Sanders, 7 for Trump, and 2 for O'Malley.
Can you read that again?
16 for Sanders, 7 for Trump, and 2 for O'Malley.
All right. Yeah, that's good. Thank you. California? All right. Mic 4.
From California, we have 34 votes for Bernie Sanders and 12 for Trump. That's 34 for Bernie Sanders and 12 for Trump.
Colorado? Mic 6.
8 votes for Trump and 7 votes for Sanders. 8 votes for Trump and 7 votes for Sanders.
8 for Trump. Connecticut. All right. Connecticut? Mic 6.
We have 8 votes for Rand Paul and 3 for Bernie Sanders.
We have 8 votes for Rand Paul and 3 for Bernie Sanders.
Delaware. Mike 6.
Representing Delaware, the first state to ratify the U.S. Constitution, home of the first steam railroad in the state with the crazy blue hen chicken, tallies 9 votes for Bernie Sanders.
All right, District of Columbia. Mike 1.
We have 3 votes for Ted Cruz and 2 for Bernie Sanders. 3 for Ted Cruz and 2 for Bernie Sanders.
Florida. Mike 3.
Florida, Bernie Sanders 23, Rand Paul 1, Marco Rubio 9. Bernie Sanders 23 votes, Rand Paul 1 vote, Marco Rubio 9 votes.
Georgia. Mike 1.
We give 2 votes to Marco Rubio, 1 vote to Hillary Clinton, 14 to Bernie Sanders. Again, 2 to Marco Rubio, 1 to Hillary Clinton, 14 to Bernie Sanders.
All right, Hawaii and the other islands. All right,
Hawaii.
Mike 1.
Hawaii gives its 5 votes to Bernie Sanders and 5 votes to Bernie Sanders.
Wait, can you repeat that? Sorry.
5 votes to Bernie Sanders.
All right. Yeah, I got it. All right. Idaho. Mike 1.
We have 6 votes for Bernie Sanders, 6 for O'Malley, 1 for Rubio, and 1 for Clinton. 6 for Bernie Sanders, 6 for O'Malley, 1 for Rubio, and 1 for Clinton.
Illinois. Mike 4.
20 votes for Sanders.
Indiana. Mike 6.
We have 2 for Donald Trump, 2 for Marco Rubio, 7 for Sanders, 2 for Cruz, and 2 for Carson. It's 2 for Trump, 2 for Rubio, 7 for Sanders, 2 for Cruz, and 2 for Carson.
Iowa. Mike 4.
4 for Trump, 4 for Carson, and 5 for Sanders. 4 for Trump, 4 for Carson, and 5 for Sanders.
Kansas. Mike 1.
13 for Trump or 13 for Sanders and 1 for Trump.
Kentucky. Oh, Mike 6.
All 18 votes to Ben Carson.
Louisiana. Mike 5.
We have 7 votes for Bernie Sanders, 1 for Carson, and 1 for Trump. 7 for Bernie Sanders, 1 for Carson, and 1 for Trump.
Maine. Mike 6.
From the great state of Maine, 7 for Sanders and 2 for Trump. That's 7 for Sanders and 2 for Trump.
Maryland. Mike 2.
8 votes for Trump, 1 vote for Sanders, 1 vote for Carly Fiorina.
Fiorina?
I have no clue. Fiorina, sorry. 8 for Trump, 1 for Sanders, 1 for Fiorina. I don't know.
All right. Massachusetts. Mike 5.
For Massachusetts, we have 10 for Rand Paul, 8 for Sanders, and 2 for Clinton.
For what?
2 for Clinton, 10 for Rand Paul, and then 8 for Sanders.
Michigan. Mike 4.
Michigan has decided to unanimously vote for Bernie Sanders with 21 votes. That's 21 for Bernie Sanders.
Minnesota. Mike 1.
For Minnesota, we have 5 votes for Rubio and 5 votes for Clinton. We have 5 votes for Rubio and 5 votes for Clinton.
Mississippi. Mike 6.
Representing the state of Mississippi, we got like the Mississippi River and whatnot. It's kind of a boring state, but we got 1 vote for Ben Carson, 1 vote for Jimmy Gilmore or James Gilmore, and 18 votes for Bernie Sanders. That's 1 vote for James Gilmore, 1 vote for Ben Carson, and 18 votes for Bernie Sanders.
Missouri. Mike 6.
19 for Sanders and 3 for Gilmore. 19 for Sanders, 3 for Gilmore.
Montana. Mike 6.
Representing Montana, where the buffalo roam, the deer and the antelope play, and the place of the home of the range, we have 2 votes for Christie and 9 votes for the guy who is a civil rights activist, makes college education free, legalized marijuana, Bernie Sanders.
Yeah, can you please repeat that? Sorry.
No. 2 for Christie and then 9 for Bernie.
All right. Nebraska. Mike 1.
Nebraska tallies 2 votes for Rand Paul and 7 votes for Bernie Sanders. 2 for Rand Paul, 7 for Bernie Sanders.
Nevada. Mike 6.
10 for Carson, 5 for Bernie, 5 for Hillary. That's 10 for Ben Carson, 5 for Bernie, and 5 for Hillary.
New Hampshire. Mike 4.
9 votes for Bernie Sanders.
New Jersey. Mike 1. Oh, Mike 3, sorry.
The state of New Jersey would like to give 2 votes to Chris Christie, 3 to Donald Trump, 4 to Hillary Clinton, 6 to Marco Rubio, and 10 to Bernie Sanders. 2 votes for Chris Christie, 3 for Donald Trump, 4 for Hillary Clinton, 6 for Marco Rubio, and 10 for Bernie Sanders.
New Mexico. Mike 5.
All 10 for Sanders.
Don't shut the mic. Oh, all right. All 10 for Sanders. Also, I want to give a shout out to Life U, Dave the Great, and Dave G.
New York. Mike 5.
The state of New York would like to give 3 votes for Trump, 3 votes for Paul, 3 votes for Fiorina, 5 votes for Rubio, and 36 for Sanders. 3 votes for Trump, 3 votes for Paul, 3 votes for Fiorina, 5 votes for Rubio, and 36 for Sanders.
North Carolina. Mike 5.
From the majestic mountains to the beautiful ocean, the state of North Carolina gives you 13 votes for Bernie Sanders, 2 for Donald Trump, 1 for Ted Cruz, and 7 for Marco Rubio. That's 13 for Bernie, 1 for Ted, 7 for Marco, and 2 for Trump.
North Dakota. Mike 4.
1 for Marco Rubio, 1 for Rand Paul, and 8 for Bernie Sanders.
Repeat that, please.
1 for Rubio, 1 for Paul, and 8 for Bernie Sanders.
Ohio. Mike 4.
From Ohio, we got 24 votes for Bernie Sanders.
Oklahoma. Mike 5.
Oklahoma has 21 votes for Carson.
Pennsylvania. Mike 3.
All right. Pennsylvania has 4 votes for Trump, 6 votes for Rubio, 8 votes for Sanders, and 1 for Jeb Bush. All right, that wasn't me. That's 1 for Jeb Bush from Lucas, and 8 for Sanders, 6 for Rubio, and 4 for Trump.
All right. Puerto Rico. Mike 4.
Puerto Rico is all in for Bernie Sanders with 6 votes.
Rhode Island. Mike 6.
Rhode Island has 1 vote for Trump and 7 for Sanders.
Also want to add to that. Oh, what am I gonna do? Bernie Sanders, I'm voting for you. When I vote for Trump too, these people say, what's wrong with you, man? Start acting like a fool from my exit. Anxiety in the hype too, feel like I ain't got a clue. And this is what I'm gonna say to you, say, Oh, you need that Bernie Sanders too. See, you need that Bernie
South
Sanders
Carolina. Mike 1.
10 votes for Bernie, 12 for O'Malley. That's 10 for Bernie, 12 for O'Malley.
South Dakota. Mike 6.
South Dakota got 1 vote for Donald Trump, 3 votes for Bernie Sanders, and 6 votes for everybody's favorite PE teacher, Mr. Fluck.
What are you Mr. Fluck is not eligible.
In order to secure the presidency, a nominee needs 516 votes, and it looks like Bernie Sanders is coming up close on that, so we'll see what the rest of the states have to say.
From Tennessee, we have 13 for Bernie Sanders, 2 for O'Malley, 1 for Rubio, and 1 for Ted Cruz. That's 13 for Bernie Sanders, 2 for O'Malley, 1 for Rubio, and 1 for Ted Cruz.
Texas. Mike 3.
The state of Texas has decided for a block vote, which means 58 votes for Bernie Sanders.
Utah.
Well, it looks like Sanders just got pushed over the needed amount of votes to win.
Mike 6. Or Mike 4. All right, Mike 6.
11 for Rand Paul, 3 for Sanders, and 2 for Trump. 11 for Paul, 3 for Sanders, 2 for Trump.
Vermont. Mike 5.
2 for Donald Trump and 3 for Sanders. 2 for Donald Trump, 3 for Sanders.
Virginia. Mike 1.
For Virginia, the home of Busch Gardens, Rob Lowe, Michael Vick, and Allen Iverson, we have 12 votes for Bernie Sanders, 7 for Rubio, and 2 for O'Malley. 12 for Sanders, 7 for Rubio, and 2 for O'Malley.
Washington. Mike 6.
Here we go. I hereby represent Washington State, the home of Nirvana, the home of grunge music, the home of Amazon, Microsoft, and Starbucks, birthplace of Jimi Hendrix and Bing Crosby. We have a total of 19 votes. 1 for Hillary, 1 for Humpty Trumpty, and 16 for the burn.
West Virginia.
1 vote, 1 unaccounted for. So that's 17. For Sanders.
We had a total of 19, so 1 more for Sanders. Another one.
Okay. West Virginia. All right. Mike 4.
For Sanders, 1 for Rubio, 1 for Carson. 8 for Sanders, 1 for Rubio, 1 for Carson.
Wisconsin. Mike 5.
The cheesy state of Wisconsin, where we invite you to smell our derriere, would like to set 7 votes for Rubio and 8 for Sanders.
All right, finally, Wyoming. Mike 5.
Unanimous vote of 12 in favor of Martin Joseph O'Malley. That's 12 for Martin Joseph O'Malley.
All right, thank you. All right, yep. So as you can see, Bernie Sanders is the winner.
That's it? That's all you got? Come on, Bernie Sanders for president. I don't think I can feel the burn in this room. Come on, folks, louder. All right, so what happens now is that the nominee, in this case, campaign manager, gets to give the acceptance speech. And then we have a few other things lined up. After you break for lunch, we're going to come back in 8th period and we're going to need a running mate. So I want you to give some thought to who would make a good running mate for Bernie Sanders.
Well, it seems that after this first round of balloting that Bernie Sanders has taken the nomination for the Millennial Party's candidate for presidency. Eric, after what we had discussed multiple times about candidates, more than one actually having a pretty close race, things took a different turn after the voting began. What do you think this means for the Millennial Party?
What it means is, I think social issues were the #1 thing that people were looking at when they were talking. I think Bernie was the most progressive of all of the students, or all of the candidates. I'm sorry, and I think that really struck a chord with the students, and that's who they decided to go for.
I encourage each and every one of you to build upon what you discussed yesterday and today, and let it continue into tomorrow. Anyone who can, get out to vote. And don't assume the two-party system. There are good ideas on both sides. I want to finish this speech by saying that when we use politics, it can bring people together and it can drive people apart. It is our job as citizens not to cave into divisiveness. Thank you.
You know me, I'm always the buzzkill here. I'd like to give you a little background. We've been doing this since 1976, and not once in all the years of doing this has the person we nominated actually won their party's nomination. So unfortunately, we may have just killed the campaign of Bernie Sanders, but maybe this year, though, this will be the difference. This will be the first.
Well, we just heard David Shelley, Bernie Sanders' campaign manager, give his acceptance speech over his overwhelming vote as our Millennial Party's nomination. Eric, what do we have up for the rest of the day on our agenda?
It looks as if this point we'll be breaking for the lunches and the different caucuses for the 2 lunch periods, and then when we come back, we'll be looking for a running mate for Bernie Sanders. We'll be looking to nominate and do the voting all in one period, and then we'll have the acceptance speech by the manager of who they decide to be the running mate.
In this second round of voting for figuring out the vice president nomination for Bernie Sanders, who do you foresee after this morning being his possible companion?
Well, it's interesting. If you look, the election itself was rather one-sided, and we did see the outliers who were shamelessly voting for Trump in the face of what the rest of their class was doing. So I think he has a chance now that Sanders is off the board. Trump definitely does have the chance to gain a little bit of ground there. But I think if we're talking a serious running mate whose politics fall in line with Bernie's, I think you'd have to look at Hillary. I think on the spectrum, she falls to the left a lot closer to Sanders than O'Malley does, and there really aren't any all the moderates on the Republican side aren't nearly anywhere close to where Bernie is. Bernie is tipping the plane all the way over here to the left. So I would say Clinton, but then again, I expected this to be a close race, and I expected people to not split their votes up. So it'll be interesting to see what happens, because who knows what's going to happen.
Sounds like, again, things are really up for interpretation, although people will seemingly probably be leaning towards one direction after seeing how this first round of balloting went. But having the students really come together and support one candidate, Maddie, what do you think this observation could really say about the students voting in the future and just the millennial generation?
I think the millennial generation is going to be one that's very unified. Although our culture and our society is changing a lot with the growing age of technology and new beliefs and very controversial topics we've talked about, like legalization of marijuana, LGBT, and things like that, I think that at the end of the day, when everyone's viewpoints are heard and votes are put together, even though states did not choose, or many did not choose to do a block vote, the candidate who supported what the millennials believed in, what we voted on yesterday, proved to come out on top through a skyrocket. He beat our expectations of, we didn't think there was going to be a landslide, and clearly seen here of taking the majority of 516 plus votes. Bernie Sanders was the candidate who the millennials chose.
Though Sanders really rose to the top and took over this round of voting, do you think that it is odd that although he got such broad support and a wide range from multiple states, do you think it was odd, Eric, that the states decided to split up their votes?
No, I did not think it was odd, but I thought it served him a lot more. It served Trump the most for them to split up the votes, the states that did. But, if we look at it, we still had 12 unanimous state votings, and 8 of them went to Bernie. And if you look at even the states that broke up, a lot of the big states that broke up, Washington still gave 17 to Bernie Sanders, 36 from New York to Bernie Sanders, 18 from Mississippi, and 19 from Missouri went to Sanders. So, even when they were splitting things up, he was still getting a majority of the votes. So I think it really didn't matter, whether it was all one or whether it was split up. He was going to get the majority of the vote either way.
Round of voting.
I'm sorry, I didn't catch that. What was that?
Could you tell us a little bit about what the Big Six decided on during this round of voting?
They did not stick together. Most of them, they split up what they were going for. They were 4 of them actually were the unanimous states. One went with Bernie, one went with Carson, and I'm sorry, 2 went with Bernie, 1 went with Carson, and 1 went with Rubio. So they did not stay together in that, and they really had no say. I think the one state that really tipped the balance here was Texas, giving all of their votes to Bernie. They're the ones that put him over, and when you have as many votes as Texas does and they all go to one candidate, that'll win you an election.
It seems like these powerhouse states really were influential in this voting, and the fact that they at some points decided to send all of their votes to one candidate really did help to push them over the edge. After the announcement that Sanders was indeed taking the win, how were the students' reactions? What kind of energy were you feeling in the room after all said and done that he ended up being our nomination?
It was actually more anticipatory than anything, because if you looked at his margin of victory, I mean, anyone could tell within the first 10 states that he was most likely going to win. No one else was even close, and they weren't going to touch him. And it was, after a couple of the big states, when Texas fell to him, when Florida fell to him, when California fell the majority to him, you could kind of tell that was where that's where it was going. So I think it wasn't really a surprise. It wasn't really down to the wire. So I think as it led up, people were warming up to it, getting getting excited for it, those who were in support. You know, there were some dissenting Trumpers who were around who weren't too pleased every time he got a large sum of votes. But for the most part, he, you know, people understood that he was going to win, and there was a warm reaction to his victory in here.
Well, it's great to see the Millennials come together like that as a party and really just see their great reaction after they spent so much time yesterday debating the planks and really establishing a platform. And it really seems like they chose a candidate they felt was in line with their views. And what are you seeing currently on the floor as we get ready for our second round for Vice President?
Right now, we actually have heated debates going on that's kind of polarizing the debate floor. I think they are, to my knowledge, they are suggesting vice presidential candidates at the moment, and they're debating about them. So there's some hot debates going out here on the floor right now, and we'll figure out, I guess, before here we go to lunch break, who we'll be voting on when we come back from our lunch break.
Well, it sounds like students are, again, getting really into the discussions and really just trying to find someone who's going to align with their views. And it's great that they're taking this time to really focus in on who they think would be the best match with Bernie Sanders. And it's just really a great opportunity for students to get involved. What are your feelings for the rest of the day? How do you think everything is going to play out? And how do you think the students are going to continue to stay involved?
I think the students are very much still engaged, even though, you know, the presidential nomination is out. I think people are still engaged in who the running mate is going to be. And now that we have Bernie out of the way, you know, I think the Trumpers are very happy because there's a better chance that Donald Trump will get a nomination here. But I think, you know, you still have to keep your eye on the Rubio and Trumps. Those were the two big people behind Sanders who were getting votes. So I think it'll be interesting to see. But I think I feel as if it'll probably go, the vice presidential nod will probably go red, where the presidential nomination went blue.
Let's listen into what's going on right now on the debate floor.
Microphone 2.
Rand Paul for my dad.
Microphone 1. Quiet.
I believe that the Assembly of Religious Experts should appoint Ayatollah Haley for our Supreme Leader, for I believe he is the charismatic leader that we need.
To steal from a famous quote, if nominated, I won't run. If elected, I won't serve. Too many skeletons in the closet. Microphone 6.
I would also like to nominate Rand Paul because I too believe that he's one of the only presidential candidates that believes in American civil liberties. I'd also like to add that even though Dr. Ben Carson is a neurosurgeon, he wants to intensify the war on drugs and he does not support legalization of marijuana.
Number 5.
I'd like to nominate Donald Trump. He is a worker, he's a hard worker. Although he got a small loan of $1 million from his father, he paid it back with interest. He says what America wants to hear, and he's not politically correct. Donald Trump for president!
Microphone number 4.
Donald Trump, because he's going to do what's right, regardless of what other people think. He's not going to be that person that's going to shy away from doing the right thing just because it'll offend people. And I do not say that with, like, the Muslim thing. I mean in general. I know I'm going to get hate for that after this, but also, he's going to remind the entire world of what a powerhouse this country is. And he's not just going to sit by and do nothing.
Microphone number 1.
I would personally not nominate Donald Trump because his ideas are unrealistic. I would vote for Rand Paul as the runner-up for the Republican.
We seem to have a movement going here. How about microphone 3?
I would like to nominate Mecca Hitler to run against Bernie Sanders because who doesn't want to see...
All right, let's go to microphone 6. Quiet, people. We're almost done with the last round of nominations.
Yo, come on, Piper. I would like to nominate Bernie Sanders, and I would just like to say, racism and police brutality is a problem because you have people dead on the streets, and I consider murder a problem. I don't know about you, but I think that's a big deal. Also, yeah, the
legalization of marijuana, it's a plus, but I also like to live. So, you know, that's also a good thing, too.
All right. Thank you, but Bernie's not a Republican. Microphone 5.
I'd like to nominate Ben Carson, as he was actually raised in more of a Democratic household, and he has more liberal ideas. And elaborating on the scholarship thing, my tuition at Drexel would be $64,000 a year, and the biggest scholarship I would ever offered was $20,000 one time. And I'm gonna not be able to pay off $200,000 worth of debt with a $20,000 scholarship and a minimum wage job.
All right, microphone 4. We're going to take 2 more nominations, and then we're going to open up to a vote. Microphone 4.
Well, good morning, everybody. How everybody doing?
We're doing good. How about your
good?
nomination?
All right, I feel like we're getting to know each other, so at this time, I would like to say, listen to my mixtape, it's fire.
I didn't hear. All right. Are you going to make a nomination?
Yes, sir. I would like to nominate Ben Carson to go against Bernie Sanders.
So it looks like we finally figured out what's going on down on the floor of the convention. They're actually not nominating a vice presidential nominee right now. The chair of the convention has actually asked the students who they think the Republicans would nominate to run against Bernie Sanders in the election.
Scholarship, and there's like no way that anything is fair when they make you pay that much money.
Okay. Microphone 5, Life U.
Bro.
Oh, 6, sorry.
Say it again. You said Life U's wrong. Say it again.
I'm sorry?
Say Life U again.
Life U.
All right. All right, I think Barack Obama Part 3. You already know. Also, I want to give some shout outs to...
Not a Republican. All right, we're going to shut it down now. All right. We're not going to do it by state. We're going to do it by voice vote. So all in favor of Rand Paul, say aye. Aye. Who else did they nominate? Besides Trump. I heard it. All in favor of Jeb Bush, say aye. Aye. All in favor of Chris Christie, say aye. All in favor of Donald Trump, say aye. All right, looks like we're down to 2. Rand Paul and Donald Trump. Let's do it one more time. All in favor... What's that? Oh, I'm sorry. All in favor of Ben Carson, say aye. One more time. Aye for Ben Carson. Marco Rubio. All right, we got it down to 3 now. All in favor of Ben Carson, say aye. Aye. All in favor of Rand Paul, say aye. Aye. All in favor of Donald Trump. Aye. Rand Paul has it. All right, so what does that mean? That means North Penn High School is announcing to the United States today, you have media people in the room right now, that you want to see Bernie Sanders run for the Democrats and Rand Paul run for the Republicans. Give yourself a round of applause. All right, we're going to take a 5-minute break. I want you to stay in the room unless you need to use the bathroom. Stay here. 5-minute break. There's another speaker that's supposed to be here at 10:45 and 10:50, so I'm going to go out and see if he's here yet.
All right, Eric, after that fascinating voting and seeing these 2 different nominations, how do you feel about how things just went?
I feel like that would be a very interesting election if you had Bernie Sanders running for the Democratic Party and you had Rand Paul running for the Republicans. I think it's they're two completely competing directions with the country that would be taken. You know, you have the libertarian, and then and you have you know, the hard left-wing liberal on the other hand with Bernie Sanders, and I think you know, it would probably split the country a lot. You know, down you know, by age. You have probably the old guard Republicans would be you know, siding with a lot of the conservatism that you see from Rand Paul, and you'd have a lot of, you know, the younger people who, you know, as you saw with us, voting for Bernie Sanders because of the social progressivism and the opening up of the economy and the, you know, the drug policy. So I think those would be, you know, it would be a very split election, and I don't think there would be a lot that they would agree on. And if one were to be elected over the other, I think, you know, the country would take two completely different directions if they were able to get support in the House and Senate to do what they wanted to do.
Sounds like that election would take quite an interesting turn, and things would, in fact, be very divided. It would be interesting to see how it would play out between the two different parties if one were, in fact, elected to office. But we're going to actually take it to Maddie real quick to tell us about what else we have to look forward to today.
In just a few moments, students will be listening to a speech by House of Representative member Todd Stevens. This will be interesting for the students to hear from an actual member of a body of politics. I'm not quite sure yet what his speech is going to be about, but hopefully at the conclusion of his speech, he'll be able to come down into the studio and we'll be able to have a little of one-on-one conversation asking Mr. Todd Stevens about his views on North Penn's Millennial Convention and youth in politics.
Well, seeing as we have Todd Stevens coming to talk to the students, which is such a unique opportunity, Eric, how do you feel that the students will react to his speech?
I think you know, he's a politician, and his speaking ability is probably part of what got him there. So I think we'll be looking forward to another good speech like we got from Mr. Chris Monero and also Mrs. Wendy Melcher. You know, as a speech writer herself, she knows a little bit about speaking, and I think you know, the students are very perceptive right now. You know, with the voting that just happened and everything, there's a little bit of a buzz in the air right now, and everyone's kind of up and around and talking. So I think they're warm and receptive to another speech at this point.
As for the two different types of voting, the roll call versus each state actually coming up and doing a nomination, which form of voting do you think got the students most amped up?
I think the most amped up was the students coming up or the state delegations coming up to the microphone, because there was a little bit of anticipation as they're coming up, who they're going to vote for. Now, obviously, the election very clearly, you know, very early on was going to be a landslide. We could figure that out. But you know, after, you know, the state representative says where that state put all their votes, you know, whether they split them, whether they were unanimous, there's a big reaction in the room. There's time for people to digest that. You're looking up at the screen, you're interacting. So I think there's a lot more that goes into it. It's a lot more dramatic, so I think that's what the students were a little bit more perceptive to. And I also think because it was the big election it was the actual presidential election, I think that was the one that that garnered the most passion from all the students around.
We're in fact so passionate about Bernie Sanders, and he really just kind of ran away with the first round of voting for one party. Do you find it a little bit odd that the students again could be so passionate for Rand Paul, who's from the complete opposite side?
Yeah, I was very I was very surprised by that, and especially not only from the other side, but they were so passionately going for someone who considers himself a libertarian, which is so anti everything that Bernie Sanders stands for. You know, if you want to think of as America as a plane, you know, Bernie Sanders is dangling off the left wing, and Rand Paul's dangling off the right, and it just is funny that there was so much support for, you know, the left and Bernie Sanders and progressivism and stuff like that. But then there's also, you know, we turn around and 5 minutes later we're supporting the conservative movement and Rand Paul and old conservative Christian values. So I thought that was very interesting, and I'm not quite sure why that was, but it was definitely something that surprised me.
This turn of events obviously wasn't really something either one of us were expecting to happen throughout the voting. What do you think that this means for the millennials actually as a generation in our U.S. voting system?
Well, I don't think anything else will change. I think ultimately there will still be a lot of support, especially up north with where we are in the Philadelphia suburb. There will definitely still be a lot of support for progressivism and the social values, and I think whoever the Democrats nominate will probably will probably be voted upon most by the millennial generation because of that social progressivism. And I think if we're looking at the right side, I think it's an anomaly that there was so much backing for Rand Paul. And I think maybe because of some of the passionate speeches by some of the small dissenting party in the room, maybe that was why people went with Rand Paul. There wasn't as much knowledge of what exactly he stood for because we were looking more at Bernie Sanders. But I think ultimately, when it comes down to it, those who are in the room right now who are going to go to the polls in November, if I were a bet man, I would put all my chips with whoever the Democrats put out. And if it ends up being Bernie Sanders, I would say absolutely. I would expect the most amount of support to go to Bernie Sanders.
Rand Paul being in the same realm, the Republican realm, as Donald Trump, and seeing that right now in media coverage in the U.S. that he has so much widespread support and people really seem to be interested in what he has to say. Do you think in this 2016 election that Rand Paul has any chance up against Trump for the presidency?
Yeah, I think when it comes down to it, I think Rand Paul will be one of the names at the top. I'm not sure that Donald Trump will be able to survive all the caucuses, and when voting gets more serious, I'm not sure that he'll be able to survive that. But I will say that Rubio, Bush, and Rand Paul, I think would be the three guys that I would foresee coming out of all the caucuses and the campaign season. And when the Republicans actually do end up figuring out who their nominee is going to be, I would think those three names would be at the top. And I think eventually we're going to see a Trump burnout and probably a fall from the polls.
Thanks for the insight, Eric. It's really going to be interesting to see what direction that the real-life election takes, and it was also very interesting to see how our North Penn mock convention, how things took a turn from what we expected after day one. But actually, we're in the studio right now. Maddie's here with the creator of our mock convention.
That's right. The legend, the creator, Mr. Finnemeyer, is back in the TV studio with us. He was the one who created this mock convention in 1976. North Penn High School has gone through 11 of them, and as we have mentioned before, none of the candidates that we have elected have ever actually won the presidency. Mr. Finnemeyer, thank you for coming back to North Penn today. What are your thoughts on this new age convention?
I think it's a unique process. I really do. When we created this through the political science classes, American government classes back in '76, we were set on doing it as a Republican convention or a Democratic convention. And I think we got lucky over the years that we were able to kind of flip back and forth every 4 years from Republican to Democrat. We always seemed to have the next convention was always the party that was out of power at that point, or we had a competitive race for the presidency, that type of thing. So this is a unique situation to have a convention in which the candidate, the presidential candidate, could be a Democrat as they selected. The vice president could end up being a Republican, and that's fine, because ultimately it's really about two things. I think it's really about the platform and the opportunity for students here at North Penn High School to have the opportunity, in small groups, state delegations, whatever, to debate as they did yesterday in caucus meetings, key issues facing the nation. And obviously, the issues being talked about today are so different than the issues of 1976 or 1980 or the early years of this convention. And then to be able to take the time in that auditorium to have kids get up at the mic, and express their viewpoints, and for the convention delegates to take votes on the party platform. Ultimately, it really doesn't matter what the platform looks like and what they voted on. But the fact that we can, as a school administration, as a school faculty, as a student body, we can support an opportunity to kind of break the curriculum for 2 days and just focus, on discussions and issues that are important to kids, important to this nation, and kind of leave the regular curriculums for a couple of days and just do that. I think that's one of the most important things that this, convention has done, every 4 years for the last 11, cycles of doing this. And then to turn around today, and have the opportunity, to have speeches about candidates, to talk about candidates, again, in state caucuses, to have some politicking back and forth, campaign managers visiting this state versus that state, and trying to, build a coalition. This conference is the first one, convention, is the first one in which someone won on the first ballot. I never had the experience of a first ballot nomination as they did today. But then you still have the opportunity after lunch for the vice presidency, and maybe that will go more than one ballot, because that's exciting when it you can have the competition that you have there. But again, my hope back in 1976, my hope to this day, is that North Penn students who are part of this have the understanding about the political process and the selection of candidates, that they will turn around and watch more closely the primaries, and maybe the Pennsylvania primary in April will be a very competitive primary and may ultimately help make the decision who the nominee is going to be, certainly the Republican Party, if not the Democratic Party. And then turn around and turn their television sets on, in July, July, August, when the Democratic convention really comes together in Philadelphia, and I think that's exciting. It's that close by, or the Republican convention in Cleveland, and literally turn on the television and watch some of the debates at the real conventions over platform, watch the real give and take on presidential and vice presidential nominees, and then, as Chris Monero said this morning, vote. If you can vote, vote. If you can't vote, get other people, who are of age to vote, to get out there and actually cast votes in November. That's
well,
the key.
It seems like you've created a masterpiece here at North Penn. Thank you for all you've done for the North Penn community and putting this convention together. It's been great having you back at North Penn and back on the show. Thank you.
Thanks so much.
Now back to you at the desk.
What great words from Mr. Finnemeyer. He really has set into place something that North Penn students can continue to participate in and use in their everyday lives. But right now, we actually want to take it to the floor to see PA Representative Todd Stevens.
Representatives, and I want to give you a little bit of an idea as to why it is so important for you to stay in touch with people like me. I go to Harrisburg every day and I cast votes, and those votes affect you. And I want to talk to you a little bit about how they might affect you in a minute. But I can't adequately represent your interests in Harrisburg if I don't hear from you. So, as you move on, after North Penn and go on to bigger and even better things, I hope that you'll continue to remain involved in the political process, reach out to your local elected officials, set up meetings. I get emails every now and then from high school students. I'm working on a bill that a high school student suggested to me. And it's a bill that might be of interest to you. In Pennsylvania, you can't vote until you turn 18, right? So how many people will be 18 by the November election? All right, terrific. So here's the issue that was brought to me by one of the students. If you are not 18 by the date of the primary election, then you don't get to vote in the primary. And you're stuck with whatever two choices the rest of the country and the rest of Pennsylvania decided upon during the primary election process. So this student said to me, hey, I think if I'm going to be 18 by the time the November election rolls around, then I ought to be able to vote in the primary, because then I can help sift through the candidates in my particular party so that we have the right candidate in November. Otherwise, I might be deprived of the opportunity to support a candidate that I like because they didn't make it to the general election because I didn't have a chance to vote in the primary. And I thought that was a good idea, so I'm introducing that bill. So that's one way that all of you can get engaged. If you have suggestions on legislation, by all means, send them over to my office. I'll be happy to take a look at them, and if I think that we should move forward with them, I'll be happy to introduce them and champion those issues. But I want to just get, by a show of hands here, to get an indication of how many of you are affected by state government every day. How many of you download music? Keep your hands up, okay? Keep your hands up, all those who download music. How many download apps? Keep your hands up. Everyone who downloads music, keep your hands up. Now everyone who downloads apps, keep your hands up. How many drive a car? How many are planning, the music downloaders, the app downloaders, and the cars, all keep your hands up. Everyone, just keep your hands up for the time being until I tell you to put them down. How many people drive a car? How many people are planning on graduating later this year? All right. So all of those things, those are just 4 very basic, simple things, right? You guys can put your hands down now. Downloading music and downloading apps. Did you know that there have been discussions very recently in Harrisburg about taxing digital downloads? So if you download movies, if you download music, or you download apps, there have been discussions about taxing that to increase the cost for you. That would affect all of you, right? All of you who download movies, apps, or music would feel the extra costs that those taxes would place upon you. So motor vehicles, I probably don't have to go too far into this, but obviously every aspect of driving and motor vehicles in Pennsylvania is regulated by the state. At what age you can get a license, what the test is you have to complete, when you can drive at night, when you can't drive at night. If you violate the rules of the road, what happens? How often do you have to get your car inspected? Do you have to carry insurance? What type of insurance do you have to carry? How much does it cost to get a driver's license? All of those things are set by your state government and people like me up in Harrisburg. There's 203 state representatives in Pennsylvania and 50 senators and 1 governor. And we're the ones who are voting on all of those aspects of driving motor vehicles. Graduation requirements are all set by the state. So guess what? We could change the law now and say you have to go to school 2 more years. What would you think about that? Yeah, I didn't think you'd like that. But the general gist is just about every aspect of your education is impacted by the political leaders in Harrisburg and Washington, D.C. So I know there's a lot of talk about the PSSAs, right? Probably another dirty word in this crowd. Nobody likes all those tests, right? Well, they're a mandate from D.C. in large part. So, getting involved with your local congressman or congresswoman, your U.S. senators, it's important that they hear how you feel about some of those issues coming out of Washington, D.C. As we look at how many people in here work, how many have a job? All right, did you know that right now, and when I mean right now, I mean literally right now, there is a lot of effort in Pennsylvania being put on increasing the income tax. The governor has proposed a pretty dramatic increase in the Pennsylvania income tax, and that's right now on the table being discussed. As a matter of fact, I'll be going to Harrisburg Monday, and we will continue to talk about whether or not we should increase the Pennsylvania income tax. How many people buy anything subject to sales tax in the stores? Yep. So did you know that right now, as we speak in Harrisburg, we are discussing whether or not to increase the sales tax, which will affect every single item you buy that is subject to sales tax. Again, the governor had proposed that as a part of his budget last year, and that's a conversation that continues literally every single day. So you can see whether it's driving a car, working in a job, buying products at the store, downloading digital music, downloading apps, downloading movies, the state government, that's all just the state government, has a dramatic effect on your life. Now, how many people will be 18 and vote in the upcoming November elections? So the data shows us that only about 20% of you actually will. So you know what that means? As a politician who's up for re-election every even-numbered year, so I'll be up for re-election this year too, who do you think I spend my time and energy focused on when I'm in Harrisburg working on policies and initiatives? You're right. The people that vote are the ones who obviously have the biggest voice and the ones who get the most attention paid to them when our elected leaders are discussing policy. So, when you think about it, folks in your age group are probably the ones who download the most music, right? I would think so. Probably the most apps, too. So when the proposal comes across a politician's desk to increase taxes, to start taxing those downloads, don't you think it would be natural for a politician to say, you know what? The people who we're going to tax, they don't vote. So go ahead and tax them, because they're not going to do anything about it, right? I think that's a pretty normal and natural reaction. So the only way to change that is to make sure you get involved. Make sure you get involved, and you can get involved in a number of different ways. You know, you can get involved like the young lady who sent me the email saying, hey, I have an idea for legislation to change the laws about who can vote in primaries. Just doing something that simple is a way to get involved. Staying in touch with your local state representative, your state senator, your congressman or woman, your U.S. senator. You know, at the local level, frankly, a lot of people have no idea what we do as state representatives. But the truth of the matter is, when you email me, it goes right to me, and you get a response from me. You email the President of the United States, you're probably not getting a personal response directly back from President Obama. And it's no shot at President Obama. Obviously, there's millions of people across the country who want to talk to him, and he can't possibly respond personally to every single one of them. I represent 62,000 people. So I can have a phone conversation with you or your parents. I can have an email exchange. I'm on Facebook, and when I'm on Facebook, that's me posting on Facebook. You know, so you can reach out to your local elected officials and let them know how you feel. Share your thoughts and feelings on different issues, and they'll have to answer to you as long as you're a voter come November. In the end, there are other ways to get involved as well. You know, you can get involved with a local political party. I know that there was I thought it was terrific. Thought it was terrific that you guys decided you didn't want to be the Republicans, you didn't want to be the Democrats, you wanted to be your own millennial party. I think that's a terrific idea. I love the independent thought that brought about, or that brought that about, and I think it's terrific. But you know, in our system, we have two major parties, and they do have most of the elected officials as a part of one party or the other. So you can always get involved. Your local Republican or Democratic committee certainly is always looking for help. You can get involved that way, and ultimately, you know, look, you can get involved in a number of other ways in terms of individual campaigns. You know, if you want to get involved with a campaign for a particular candidate for the state house or for the state senate, half the state senate is up for re-election this year. The entire state house is up for election this year. Those are local campaigns that you can get involved in. And, you know, you'll have a chance to meet with other folks who also share your enthusiasm for a particular candidate. And you can get out there, you can help put together yard signs, put up yard signs, stuff envelopes, you know, go door to door, handing out literature. I mean, there's a ton of different roles you can play. And when you do all that, you're involved and you're making a difference. And you're helping to make your community a better place. You're helping to make your state a better place. And you're probably helping to prevent those taxes on digital downloads and digital music and digital apps and movies and everything else like that. So look, I really appreciate the opportunity to be here, and I would love to take, do I have time to take just a couple questions? Can I do that? Anyone have any questions? I mean, I'm happy to, go ahead. What's your question back there? You're probably going to have to speak pretty loudly. I'll try to get a little closer. What's your question? The question was, what party do I run with? I'm a Republican, and I've been a Republican since I was first elected. What other questions can I answer? The lights are bright down here. Yes. Why does the governor want to raise the taxes? To be fair, he wants to put more money into education. And he wants to put a lot more money into education. And in order to put the amount of money that he wants to put into education, it's going to require a pretty significant tax increase. And the sales and the income taxes are the only taxes that you can raise to generate the kind of revenue that he's talking about. So that's been the big conversation, and frankly, we have a budget impasse. We were supposed to have a budget done by July 1st, and we don't, and it's because we can't agree on whether to increase sales and income taxes, and then if so, by how much, in order to provide the additional funding that the governor is looking for schools. What other questions can I answer? Yes? Have I ever made a decision because I wanted to get reelected and not because it was the right thing to do? The answer is no. The question really becomes, how do you, as an elected official, when you put up a vote that you know might not be popular amongst those that are voting on either for you or against you, to me the issue has always been about communication. So I try to communicate. I'll give you an example. I had a woman over the weekend who emailed me, and she was irate. She was very unhappy with the budget impasse that's going on in Harrisburg. And I wrote her back and I said, you know what, do you have time? Can you come to my office and let's talk about it? And let's, you know, discuss your perspective on things, and I can share with you my perspective, and we'll see where we are. And we had that conversation, and we walked away. We probably ended up agreeing about 70% on the issues that we were discussing, probably disagreed with about 30%. But she walked out of there saying to me, you know, even though I'm not necessarily with you on 100% of the issues that you were talking about, I respect the fact that you're informed, you took the time to speak to me, and I appreciate that very much. And, you know, she assured me she's going to ultimately vote for me. But the fact is, you know, I think communication is the key. We can all disagree and do so in a respectful and polite manner. And avoid the name calling and the rhetoric. I know that draws headlines. That's not the kind of political leader that I am, and frankly, it's concerning to me when I see so much of that. So I think it's all about communication, and if you sit down and communicate with people, I think that they respect the fact that you've taken the time to think through the issues, and even if they don't agree with your position, ultimately will say, hey, I appreciate your thoughtfulness. What other questions can I answer? In the back. Just, yep. What do I think personally should be fixed about the education system? So, one of the things that drives me crazy is the way education funding is distributed in Pennsylvania. And I'll give you an example, and I'll use North Penn as an example. So, we spend a whole lot of money in Pennsylvania on education. We are the 10th in the country in total education spending per pupil. The issue, though, is the way the money is distributed. In other words, Harrisburg doesn't say, we have this much money, so we're going to divide it by this many students, and that's how we give the money out. There's this crazy political formula that was created 20 years ago. Since 1991, we've been using this crazy formula. There are some districts in Pennsylvania that get 78% of their funding from the state, and local property taxpayers only pay 22% of the funding for that school district. There are other school districts that only get 16% of their funding from the state. So can anyone guess one of the school districts that might only get 16% of their funding from the state? The North Penn School District. So I happen to represent North Penn, Hatboro Horsham, Upper Dublin, and Wissahickon. And they're all in that 16% range, 16 to 18% of their funding from the state, while other districts are getting 78% of their funding from the state. Well, that's not fair, right? Aren't all of you worth just as much as the kids in those other schools that are getting 78% of their funding from the state? Why should your parents have to pay property taxes to the tune of 84% of the budget in North Penn in order to fund the education, when property taxpayers in other parts of the state only have to pay 22%? It's just not fair. So since I was elected, I have been pounding a podium every year during the budget saying we need a more equitable school funding formula. And you know, we're starting to see a little bit of movement. We actually had a commission come out with a suggested formula last June, and the legislature was ready to adopt that, the House and Senate, but the governor wants to use a different formula. So we are now fighting over the formula still, but we're moving in the right direction. We're just moving a lot more slowly than I wished. One more question, go ahead. Which candidate for president would I personally endorse? So I haven't personally endorsed anybody yet publicly, but I can tell you a couple of the candidates that have my attention and I'm looking very keenly on, and again, I'm a Republican, so these are from this side of the aisle, would be Marco Rubio and John Kasich. I happen to think that the two of them, as I mentioned before, I'm not a big fan of the rhetoric and the name calling. So that, for me, immediately disqualifies some of the Republican presidential candidates because I don't, honestly, the old saying is you can't shake hands with a clenched fist. And so we ultimately have to govern. You know, we have to work. The governor's a Democrat, I'm a Republican, and we need to figure out a way to find common ground so that we can govern the state of Pennsylvania. And the same is true at the national level. You know, you need a president who can work with people on both sides of the aisle and try to come up with solutions to problems instead of just name calling and all the rhetoric that we hear. So, at any rate, I think I've probably taken up more time than I was allotted, but I appreciate the opportunity to be here, and thank you so much, and I look forward to seeing you on Election Day in November. Thanks. Was that okay?
That was very good. It was
All
great.
right.
I love the questions. All right, folks, we are just about at the end of period 5. So here's the plan for the rest of the day. If I get the PowerPoint back up on the screen, we're going to do lunch the same way, but we're going to flip-flop the periods. So those of you that ate lunch, 7th period yesterday will go 6th period today. And then flip. Now, wait a minute. Don't go anywhere.
What a great speech from Todd Stevens. Erica, how did you feel that went for the students?
Well, I thought it was interesting. He echoed a lot of what was already said by some of our other speakers. That it was it's very important for young people to get out and exercise their civic duty and get out and vote. And I thought it was interesting. He also showed real life examples that would affect us of what can happen if we vote, and what can happen also if we don't vote. Like how he offers the perspective of an elected official and how he reacts when a certain demographic doesn't get out and vote versus when a certain demographic does get out and vote. So I thought that was very interesting. I thought it was interesting some of the questions at the end that he was asked and how he was able to handle them. So I thought overall it was a very informative speech, and I think it offered a lot for the students.
It was really great seeing them involved with Todd Stevens and really asking him questions and seeming to pay a lot of attention and really wanting to know what his opinion was on it, seeing as he is our representative. The Millennial Party in general, seeing these past 2 days of discussion and debate, and after seeing our nominations, what do you really think the Millennials really stand for as a whole? Like, could you highlight a couple planks and ideals for us?
Yeah, I think first of all, starting with the social side, I think it's almost extreme social progressivism. I shouldn't say extreme, but it's a heightened sense of social progressivism. Moving forward. Not only decriminalizing marijuana, but legalizing marijuana, and things is cutting down college costs and moving for more equality for the LGBT community and trying to improve race relations in this country and offering more social welfare programs. So I think ultimately it's a very socially progressive party. I think we've developed a moderate foreign policy. If you look at it, we when we came up with our planks, we were looking to not intervene as much in the Middle East, but we thought it was necessary to just keep an eye out over there and not intervene too much, but not let the atrocities that are happening over there just happen while we sit idly by. And then if you look economically, we're looking a lot more progressive economic things. We're trying to fund a lot more, but we're also looking at some conservative notions with the economic policy. We're not funding everything. We weren't agreeing with, even though we elected Bernie Sanders, we were not agreeing with his free college plan, but we were agreeing that we need to cut down on the cost of college. So I think socially we are a very progressive party, but I think when it comes to the economy and foreign policy, I think we're more moderate to slightly left.
Seems like that really outlines Millennials as a party and really gets into focus what they are trying to look to achieve and what they want to better for themselves and for their future. And as the students are now breaking for lunch and they're able to mix and mingle with anyone, they're not stuck in their caucuses with their actual delegation and anything is up for discussion. What are some things you could possibly predict or foresee that the students might want to discuss after having such an eventful morning?
Well, I heard some people over to my left in the Trump camp talking about how they were going to work for Trump for the vice president nod. He obviously didn't get the presidential nod, and he also didn't get the opposing party nod. But if you look, he's definitely one of the people that will be considered, because I said the support that Trump gets is very strong, and people very fed up and wanting that extreme change. So I think people are beginning to talk about what will be going on in the afternoon session and as we look for our vice president.
Do you believe any of the students so far that are part of the delegation have been using their technological resources to kind of broadcast what they've been observing and hearing so far? Have you personally, being a member of North Penn and different social media outlets, have you seen any tweets or possible posts about what has been going on these past 2 days? Anything that's really stood out to you?
Nothing specific that has really stood out to me. I haven't been engaged on social media so far today, although I did see things yesterday after we went off air that people were tweeting about what was going on and getting in discussion, and the people right behind me have kind of been having a dialogue with just trying to get a feel for the room and what's going on, and a couple of the girls who are behind me actually were on social media and talking about it and texting with their friends about what was being said earlier, and during Todd Stevens's questions that he was answering, they were talking about that. So I think the student body is definitely engaged in this, and it's engaged to a point even more than I expected coming into it.
It's really great to see the students paying such close attention and really, again, as you said, trying to stay engaged and active in the different discussions and really taking things with them, taking them home to think about, maybe discuss at the dinner table or anything in any arena that they'd actually like to take it. Seeing how successful this mock convention has been so far in the past 2 days, is there anything actually that you've seen that they could possibly add for the next convention or improve upon?
I would say that if I were to improve this, I would say I would run it more often. I would do it every even number year. Like we just heard from Representative Stevens that he gets voted on, and members of the state Senate and House get voted on every 2 years. So I think when we are in state primary years, I think it would be important for us to also do this, and that would open this up to more students. More students would be able to get involved with this, and it would heighten the level of civic awareness. So I think the only thing I would improve with this would be to run it more often, because I think it's extremely successful. I think it's extremely informative and helps the student body out as a whole. So if I were in charge of this, I would run it every other year. But I think so far I have no critiques. This has been a very well run program.
It's great to hear. I'm glad everything's going smoothly and the students are really taking a lot out of it. The convention as a whole, how do you think that connects to things that we as students have already learned, or has the convention given us any skills that we could actually take with us?
I think it's an application of things students are learning in the classroom. You can read in a textbook all day about debates on the floor and how that works and trying to understand it, but until you actually get out there and you're a part of it, it's not something that we see on a daily basis. Not many kids are going home and watching C-SPAN and understanding how the actual U.S. political system works and how state systems work. So when you're here and you're a part of it and you're doing it and your voice is being heard, like on a small scale, I think it's more the application of that knowledge. This is almost in a way a fun test for civic awareness and understanding how our political system works.
Great, that's awesome to hear. How personally, after what you've observed and seen the energy in the crowd and really getting involved, although this is a mock presidential election, how important do you think it is for students to get involved in lower level elections, being as they affect them on a more personal level?
Oh, I think it's extremely important. As the speech from that we heard from Chris Monero earlier, he had a friend who lost his election by one vote, one single vote. All it would have taken was one more person going out to vote for him. And I think when everyone wants to talk about presidential elections, and that's what's getting dominated by the media. But when it comes down to it, those votes, those elections, a close election can sway by 10,000, 15,000 votes. Whereas in your local municipalities, when you are getting out and voting, one vote can be a difference, 10 votes can be a difference, 15 votes can make a difference. So I think it's very important that people get out, and then your voice can also be can be heard a lot better through when you go and speak at your, town centers and town hall meetings. If you need a bridge fixed somewhere, if you need a road fixed, how things are going to be handled. So I think it's much more important for people to get out in their local elections and have their voice be heard, because their voice is going to be heard and it's going to affect them a lot more than some state and U.S. Government policies will.
Hopefully this will encourage students to really get out there and vote and share their voices and just try to make a difference. Right now, Maddie is actually in the studio with the man that just gave the great speech, PA Representative Todd Stevens.
That's right. I'm in the studio today with the Honorable Mr. Todd Stevens, the member of the Pennsylvania House of Representatives. Thank you for being here with us today on North Penn Television.
Of course, thanks for having
What are
me.
your thoughts on North Penn continuing the tradition of a simulated convention?
Oh, I think it's terrific. I think it's a great opportunity for people to learn about the political process and, gain some greater understanding about what all goes into running a particular campaign. And then also, developing some thoughts and feelings about the particular candidates, the particular parties, and things along those lines. I think it's a great opportunity.
Why do you think youth should be involved in politics?
Well, as I mentioned out there, right now there are proposals in Harrisburg that deal with increasing taxes on people who are working, in terms of an income tax increase, increasing the sales tax, increasing or taxing digital downloads, all things which affect the youth. And so, if we're going to be in Harrisburg making decisions that affect you and how much you're earning at your job or how much you're spending to download some music or a movie or an app, then I think you ought to, get involved and have a say in who those leaders are that are casting those votes and making those decisions.
That sounds very important in our growing society. You explained a little bit to our crowd the job of a House of Representative member. What do you find most challenging about it?
I think probably the biggest challenge is really just the schedule. I spend half my life in Harrisburg and half my life in the district, and even when I'm in the district, I'm on the run, going to different events, different meetings, and things along those lines. So I've got a young family at home. I've got a 4-year-old, a 1.5-year-old, and so trying to balance that work and family life between Harrisburg and the district is always a challenge, but it's the greatest job I could ever ask for, and I love doing it every day, so it makes it easy to get up and get out the door and get running to wherever I need to go.
If there was a student looking into pursuing a career in politics or government, what advice would you give them?
Get an internship. We are always looking for interns, so if any of your students, are looking for internship opportunities, we are always receptive to those, and we try to incorporate as many interns into my office as possible. We take both high school and college interns, so that's probably the best way to get involved. You can also get involved with local campaigns if you want to, get involved with that side of things. There's the governing side and then the campaign side. So you can get involved with a local political party or local candidates that might be running for election. Those are a couple ways that people can get involved at any age and with any amount of time. If you only have a couple hours a week, that's fine. If you want to dive in and dedicate every spare moment you have while you're awake, you can do that too. So I think those are some great opportunities for people to get involved.
Well, it looks like a unique opportunity that not only you, but it seems like others offer. It seems like that you explained to the crowd that you are working really hard for government budgeting, for our education, and even working really hard on making it better for the North Penn and surrounding districts. So thank you for all you do, and thanks for being on the show today.
Thanks for having me today. Appreciate it.
Thanks. Now back to you at the desk.
The plan for the convention this afternoon is the nomination of a vice presidential candidate for the Millennial Party. We will be bringing you that coverage starting at 12:30. While the convention floor is in recess, we have some remarks from an actual presidential candidate. In 2006, North Penn High School held the National Association of Student Councils Conference. Republican presidential candidate Ben Carson was a keynote speaker during that event. Here are Dr. Ben Carson's remarks to the NASC conference from 2006. We'll see you on the other side.
Well, thank you. Thank you very much. It's wonderful to be here and to see so much enthusiasm in this audience. I want to talk a little bit about the whole concept of leadership, communication, and the things that I think are necessary to be successful in our society. First of all, you got to have a dream. My dream early on was to be a doctor. As a youngster, I used to love to go to the doctor's office. And most kids don't like that very much, but for me there was something very interesting about those needles and syringes and alcohol swabs, and I just loved, and going to the hospital was the best thing of all, because we were on medical assistance, so we would have to wait for many hours before one of the interns or residents could see us. But I didn't mind that at all, because I would entertain myself by sitting in the hallway and listening to the PA system. Dr. Jones to the emergency room. Dr. Johnson to the clinic. They sounded so important. And I'd be thinking one day they'll be saying, Dr. Carson to the operating room. But of course, nowadays we have beepers, so I still don't get to hear it. But it is important, you know, to have that dream, to have something to kind of push you on. And, you know, I used to listen to the mission stories in church and Sabbath school. They frequently featured missionary doctors, people who at great personal sacrifice traveled all over the world to bring not only physical, but mental and spiritual healing to people. And they seemed to me like the most noble people on the face of the earth. And that was my dream, to be a missionary doctor from the time I was 8 years old until I was 13, at which time, having grown up in dire poverty, I decided I'd rather be rich. So at that point, missionary doctor was out and psychiatrist was in. Now, I didn't know any psychiatrists, but have you ever noticed on television they seem like very rich people? You know, they have these fancy mansions, and they drive Jaguars, and they have these big plush offices, and all they have to do is talk to crazy people all day. And it seemed like I was doing that anyway, so I said, you know, this is going to work out extremely well. And I started reading Psychology Today. I was the local shrink in high school. Everybody brought me their problems. I would stroke my chin, and I'd say, tell me about your mama. But, you know, I really got into it. And I majored in psychology in college, and I did advanced psych in medical school, and I was all gung-ho. And then I started meeting a bunch of psychiatrists. Need I say more? No, actually, some of my best friends are psychiatrists. But I discovered very quickly that what psychiatrists do in real life and what they do on television are two very different things. And actually, they're some of the more intellectual members of the medical community, but what they do in real life was not what I really wanted to do. And I started thinking, what are you really, really good at? And you know, this is a very important question for young people to focus on. What are you really very good at? Because that's the thing that you really should focus your life toward. What are your gifts and talents? And I think God gives everybody special gifts and talents. And I started analyzing mine, and I realized I had a lot of eye-hand coordination. I was a very careful person. I never knocked things over and said, oops, which is a great characteristic for a neurosurgeon, by the way. And I love to dissect things. I could think in 3 dimensions. So that's how I really decided, you know, to focus on neurosurgery. Doesn't mean that I couldn't have been a good teacher, a lawyer, an engineer, or another type of physician, but it does mean that I probably would not have excelled to the same degree because I wouldn't have been taking advantage of those special gifts and talents. And that is a very, very important concept to remember. Now, before I go on, I just want to make a small disclaimer. You know, these days, everybody has to disclaim, well, you know, I sit on this board or this board, or I'm involved with this or that, so that no one thinks there's any ulterior motives. My disclaimer is the following. I've noticed that whenever you speak to large groups of people, it's almost impossible these days not to offend someone. Why? Because something has happened over the last 10 or 20 years where people have become very, very sensitive to everything. For instance, I remember I was talking once to an audience about the difference between a human brain and a dog's brain. And a man got very offended. He said, you can't talk about dogs like that. And then I was talking to an audience about how the fashion industry has gotten the females to think they're supposed to be so skinny they look like they escaped from a concentration camp. And, you know, a Jewish guy came to me, he said, you can't talk about concentration camps, that's too sensitive. It would be as if I said something to you about slavery. I said, you can talk about slavery all you want, it doesn't bother me, but, you know, some people just tend to get so bent out of shape that they can't hear what you're saying because something has offended them. So, my disclaimer, it is not my intention to offend anyone. And if anyone is offended, too bad. Okay? Because I do get a little impatient with all this political correctness stuff. And anyway, you know, my dreams of becoming a physician had some bumps in the road. You know, my parents got divorced early on. And, you know, my mother was one of 24 children, 14 of whom survived. And she got married at age 13. And she and my father moved from rural Tennessee to Detroit. He was working as a factory worker. And she discovered that he was a bigamist, had another family. I remember telling that story at a graduation at the University of Utah. Nobody thought it was that strange. See that? I offended someone. No, but actually, you know they don't do that in Utah anymore. I hope everybody realizes that. That's a thing of the past. But at any rate, you know, she obviously thought that was very strange. So the divorce ensued, and she took me and my brother. We moved to Boston to live with her older sister and brother-in-law. And it was in a very typical tenement setting. Boarded up windows and doors, sirens and gangs, murders. I can remember seeing people lying on the ground with stab wounds and bullet holes, waiting to die. Very violent. Both of my cousins we lived with were killed. But you know what? The thing that impressed me the most were the roaches. They had large, aggressive roaches there. In the more upscale areas, they call them water bugs, but we knew what they were. And these things, not only would they crawl on your table, they would crawl into your cereal box. So if you were eating Raisin Bran, you had to know what those brown things were in the box, you know? But they also had these water rats. And these things were so big, the first time I saw one, I thought it was a dog. They were huge. But while we were there enjoying that environment, my mother was out working 2 or 3 jobs at a time as a domestic, cleaning other people's houses, because she didn't want to be on welfare. And she figured, you know, she could maintain control of her own life. And the interesting thing about my mother is, as difficult a life as she had, she never felt sorry for herself. And I think that was a good thing. The problem is she never felt sorry for us either. So, you know, there was never any excuse we could make that was satisfactory. She would always say, "Do you have a brain?" And if the answer to that was yes, she would say, then it really doesn't matter what John or Mary or Susan or Robert said or did. You could have thought your way out of it. And you know, the interesting thing is, if people don't accept your excuses, pretty soon you stop looking for excuses and you start looking for solutions. And that really is a very, very important concept. People who are failures in life generally will have 1,000 excuses for everything. For instance, do you know anybody who's always late to everything? I guarantee you they've got a ton of excuses. They never seem to learn that if they leave 15 minutes earlier, they can get there on time, and that they can't do everything at the last minute. There is a name for those kind of people. It's stupid. And, you know, hopefully those of you in this audience will never engage in the concept of excuse making, because it's antithetical to the development of leadership. When I think about people who are not excuse makers, I'm drawn to the story of Chang and Ing Bunker, the original Siamese twins. They were born in Siam in the year 1811. Siam, of course, is Thailand now, but that's why they were called Siamese twins. And they were joined at the chest, something we call thoracopagus. And they were the ones who made Barnum and Bailey famous, traveled all over the world. Everybody knew about the Siamese twins. Eventually, they left the circus and they moved to this country, to North Carolina, where they became farmers. Now, can you imagine that? Being a farmer stuck to someone else's chest staring them in the face 24/7, smelling their breath 24/7, not using that as an excuse. I mean, today, people hurt their little pinky and they want workman's comp for the rest of their lives. These guys were amazing. And not only were they successful farmers, but they got married to 2 different women. And between them, no pun intended, they had 21 children. So you can see they were fairly creative fellows also. But amazingly, as it turns out, their wives couldn't stand each other. So they had to live with one wife one week and the other wife the next week. And they had 2 successful farms, and they lived until they were 63 years old, which is much older than most people lived back in those days. So what does that say about not making excuses and about just dealing with the situation, whatever it is, and moving forward? It's absolutely a spectacular example of what can be done. Well, at any rate, you know, my mother figured she would work hard, and after a couple of years, we were, in fact, able to move back to Michigan and back to Detroit. And I was in the 5th grade, and I was perhaps the worst 5th grade student you have ever seen in your life. I didn't think I was very smart, so I wasn't really going to pay much attention. I was shooting paper wads, telling jokes, and my favorite thing was to get other students angry enough that they would have an outburst and the teacher would kick them out of the class. I loved doing that. So I would study people and I would figure out what made them really, really angry. And I would just get them steaming, but I would never push the last button to explode them until they were in class in front of the teacher. And then I would push the last button and they would, and the teacher would kick them out. And that was great because I wouldn't be the only one who didn't learn anything. So one day I was studying this girl because she was quiet. She never got in any trouble. She always had her work done on time and didn't bother anybody. And I said, oh, a great target. So I started studying her, figuring out what made her mad. And I tell you, I had the steam coming out of her ears. She was just about to explode. But I didn't push the last button. I waited till we got in class. And lo and behold, when class, she sat down right in the seat in front of me. And I said, oh, the Lord is good. And I pushed the last button, but she didn't explode. She just quietly turned around, and she said, you and me on the playground at recess. So that didn't work out too well, I got to tell you. You know, I became a neurosurgeon, and she became a professional wrestler. But, you know, I stopped bothering people after that. But at any rate, you know, I was one of those kids who just couldn't wait until school was out. Basketball, baseball, football, dodgeball, any kind of ball. Throwing rocks at cars, that was my favorite thing. Does anybody remember throwing rocks at cars? Let me see your hands if you threw rocks at cars. There's some honest people here. Okay, that's good. Now, you know how much fun that was, right? Because sometimes those old people would get angry and they would stop the car and they would get out and they would chase you. And we would run slowly to encourage them. And then when they were nearby, we were gone like a flash. But sometimes the police would come, and they would always come in unmarked cars, so you wouldn't know it was police. You'd be throwing rocks at them, and then all of a sudden they'd get out with their uniforms, and they were chasing us across the field. And they would think they had trapped us because there were these tall fences. They were about 10 feet tall. But they had no idea how adept we were at getting over those fences. I mean, it was like an Olympic event. We would run full speed ahead, never breaking stride, leap high into the fence, catch the top railing with our hand, allow the momentum of our feet to swing us over, drop down on the other side all in one motion, and laugh at them because they couldn't do that. Now, that was back in the days before they would shoot you. And then when it was too dark to do that, it was in the house to watch TV. And if I was in the house with you, you didn't need a TV guide. I could tell you what was on every TV station, every hour, every day. I could tell you all the jams on the radio. That's what we called them back in those days, jams. All the latest fashions, every car going down the streets of Detroit, make, model, year, and price. But you know, with that information and 50 cents, you might get a can of soda. You won't get a whole lot more than that. And that was a huge problem for me. But I have to tell you something. It's still a problem even today. You know, I have a program at the hospital. I have about 800 students come in at a time, and I show them slides of the human brain and some of the things that happen in the academic medical center. And we talk about human potential, and at the end, I allow them to ask me questions. But sometimes I ask questions. Now, I remember once I asked, who can name for me 5 NBA players? Do you know virtually every hand went up? Everybody could name 5 NBA players. I said, what about 5 Major League Baseball players? No problem. NFL, piece of cake. Rap singers, movie stars, no problem. I said, who can name for me 5 Nobel Prize winners? Out of 800, 10 hands went up. I said, leave your hands up because I'm going to call on one of you. All the hands went down. Now, what does that say to you about the kinds of things that we value? And then I said, this is the information age. Who can tell me what a microprocessor is? Of course, they were all weary by now, so only one young man raised his hand, and I called on him, and he proudly stood up, and he said, a microprocessor is a tiny processor. That was it. That was the extent of his knowledge. Extremely superficial. And you know, this is very alarming. And I'll tell you why it's so alarming. Right now, the United States of America is the pinnacle nation in the world. But we're not the first pinnacle nation in the world. There have been others before us. Ancient Egypt, Greece, Rome. Number 1, no competition, gonna be there forever, so they thought. What happened to each one of them? Same thing. They became enamored of sports, entertainment, lifestyles of the rich and famous. They lost their moral compass, and they went right down the tubes. And some people say, that can't happen to us. But it's already in the process of happening. Some of you may be familiar with a survey that was done some years ago looking at the ability of 8th grade equivalent students in 22 nations to solve math and science problems. We were not number 1, 2, or 3, or 5, or 10, or 15. We were number 21 out of 22, and it was neck and neck with number 22. This is alarming. And I'll tell you why. Years ago, when we were in the agricultural age, this country could produce more corn, wheat, and barley than anybody else. We had no competition. And then we moved from there to the industrial age. What happened in the industrial age? Well, one of the things that happened was World War II. Hitler, the Axis powers were toppling empires one after another. They were all falling like dominoes. The whole world about to come under the subjection of tyranny, except for one thing: the United States of America. A nation with the ability to send its young men from the cities, the suburbs, the country, to fight a war on 2 fronts of the world. A country with the ability to have its young women go into the factories and produce more airplanes and tanks and mortars than anybody could imagine. A country that saved the world through its industrial might. But we're no longer in the industrial age. Now we're in the information age. We're in the technological age. Knowledge, it's power. Do you know that last year our nation produced 60,000 engineers, 40% of whom were foreigners? That's not enough. China produced 392,000 engineers. Put a little bit of perspective on that. We have got to change this. And I hate to be the bearer of bad tidings, but it's your generation that has to make this change. And this is where real leadership comes in. Because if your generation adopts the same selfish attitudes that my generation did, then we are going to follow the same path of ancient Egypt, Greece, and Rome. Is it possible for a nation to change course? Or must each pinnacle nation inexorably follow the examples of those before it? That is the major question that lies at your feet. It's a big question. And the logical answer would be no. We're going to do the same thing as everybody else. That's just the nature of things. But recognize that there is something different about this nation than every other nation that preceded us. That is, this is a nation that is the child of every other nation. It is composed of all of those other nations. It is a nation that came about by the efforts of a bunch of ragtag militiamen who were able to defeat the most powerful empire in the world. Something definitely very special about that. And that's what I want you to bear in mind as we try to make this change that is so important to our future. Well, fortunately for me, I had a mother who just didn't believe that I was that stupid, even though I was bringing home these horrible report cards. So she didn't know what to do. My brother was doing poorly also, and she prayed and she asked God to give her wisdom and came up with the idea of turning off the TV set. Does that seem like a good idea to you? Well, you got to turn off the computers too, okay, with all of those silly games, and start studying the right kinds of things. But at any rate, she said we can only watch 2 or 3 TV programs during the week, and with all that spare time, we had to read 2 books apiece from the Detroit Public Libraries and submit to her written book reports, which she couldn't read, but we didn't know that. And she put little check marks on it and underline and highlight stuff, and she said, let's talk about your book report. And which she could talk about it, but she couldn't read it. But, in the process, I discovered something important to me. Between the covers of those books, even though we were desperately poor and had no money for anything, I could go anywhere. I could be anything. I could do anything. I could imagine myself in a laboratory pouring chemicals from a beaker into a flask, creating chemical reactions, discovering new galaxies in telescopes, microcosms in the microscopes. I began to know things that no one else knew. And within the space of a year and a half, I went from the bottom of the class to the top of the class, much to the consternation of all those students who used to laugh and call me dummy. The same ones who called me dummy in the 5th grade were coming to me in the 7th grade saying, Benny, how do you work this problem? And I'd say, sit at my feet, youngster, while I instruct you. I was perhaps a little obnoxious, but it sure felt good to say that to those turkeys. But the key thing here is, when I was in the 5th grade, I thought I was stupid. So I conducted myself like a stupid person, and I achieved like a stupid person. When I was in the 7th grade, I thought I was smart, so I conducted myself like a smart person, and I achieved like a smart person. What does that say about potential and the potential that lies within us and how we develop that and how we encourage that? It's very important in each of your spheres of influence that you encourage people rather than discourage them to use that intellect, because that's how we're going to turn this whole thing around. Well, I kind of went overboard after I became the smartest kid in the class. I got to the point where if I got a 99 on a test and somebody else got 100, I was devastated. I couldn't live with myself until the next test when I could get a higher mark than they did. And I remember I went up to one of my classmates when I was in the 9th grade and I said, Dennis, why do you hate me so much? And he looked me dead in the eye and he said, it's because you're so obnoxious. And I said, obnoxious? Moi? He said, you always have to have the highest mark on everything. And it was like someone had stabbed me with a dagger because he had correctly diagnosed my condition. I had become just like those people I used to hate. And I said, wow, how did this happen? And I determined on that day that I would stop comparing myself with other people. And I would only do the best that I could do. And when I made that determination, I started doing even better. Not worrying about what everybody else is doing, just worrying about how well you can do and making sure that you do it to your best. Because the human brain is one of the most fascinating organ systems in the universe. It is so complex. It has billions and billions of neurons, hundreds of billions of interconnections. Your brain remembers everything you've ever seen, everything you have ever heard. It can process more than 2 million bits of information per second. There is no computer that compares with your brain. Now, give you an example of how complex your brain is. Everybody who can remember your birthday, just raise your hand. Okay, I think it's unanimous. Now, what did your brain have to do for you to respond to that question? Almost instantaneously. Well, first of all, the sound waves have to leave my lips, travel through the air, enter your external auditory mediators, travel down to the tympanic membrane, set up vibratory forces, travel across the ossicles of the middle ear to the oval and round windows, set up a vibratory force in the inner limb, which mechanically distorted the microcilia, converting mechanical energy to electrical energy, which travel across the cochlear nerve to the cochlear nucleus, to the pontomedullary junction, from there to the superior olivary nucleus, ascending bilaterally up the brainstem to the lateral meniscus, to the inferior collicus, to the medial geniculate nuclei, across the thalamic radiations to the temporal lobes, begin auditory processing, from there to the frontal lobes, coming down the tract to retrieving memory from the media hippocampus, structure the mammary bodies, back to the frontal lobes to start the motor response at the bed cell level, coming down the corticospinal tract, across the internal capsule, into the cerebral peduncle, descending down to the cervical medullary decussation, into the spinal cord gray matter, synapsing there, going out to the neuromuscular junction, stimulating the nerve of the muscle, so you could raise your hand. And see if you can get one of those rap singers to do that. But that is the simplified version of what your brain had to do. I didn't want to get into all the complexities of coordination and inhibition. We've been here all day talking about that one thing that your brain can do almost instantaneously. So with a brain like that, absolutely no reason at all for anybody to ever talk about what they can't do. We ought to only be talking about what we can do. Well, you know, you would have thought that having understood all of that, that life was going to be great for me. But when I got to high school, I ran into the worst thing a young person can run into. It's called peers. Negative peers. P-E-E-R-S. That stands for people who encourage errors, rudeness, and stupidity. And that's exactly what they were doing, trying to tell me what kind of clothes I had to wear, who I needed to hang out with. And you know, I went from an A student to a B student, B student to a C student. Grades kept plummeting. I didn't care because I was cool. High fives, low five, pats on the back. I was doing the Detroit strut. You know how that goes? You know, you kind of like that. Well, sometimes people see me walking now. They say, "Are you limping?" I say, "No, that's just residual Detroit strut." But, you know, fortunately, I only wasted 1 year before my mother was able to get me to realize that it wasn't what you wore on the outside, but what you had up here that made the difference. And I got back on the right track. And you know, the guys didn't like it. They were calling me nerd, Poindexter, Uncle Tom, all kinds of things. But you know what? I would always shut them up by saying one thing. I'd say, let's see what I'm doing in 20 years, and let's see what you're doing in 20 years, and we'll see who's right. And you know, it was funny. When I went back for my 25th class reunion, all the really cool guys, they were dead. So they were still cool. But you know, everybody else was coming up to me and they were saying, "Oh, we're so proud of you, and we tell our children about you, and we tell everybody about you. And don't you remember how we used to encourage you in high school?" You know, it's funny how people's memories change over the course of time. But, you know, interestingly enough, when I got back on the right track in high school, I had another dream that I wanted to accomplish. I wanted to be a contestant on a television program called GE College Bowl. And you're all too young to remember that, but some of the teachers or counselors might remember it. It came on every Sunday. They would have 2 colleges, 4 contestants on each side, and they would ask questions about science, math, history, geography. I was really good in all that stuff. But they would also ask questions about classical art and classical music. Now, there was no way you were learning that stuff at Southwestern High School in inner city Detroit. So I made an executive decision. I would get on the bus day after day, week after week, month after month, travel down to the Detroit Institute of Arts, roam through those galleries until I know every picture, who painted it, what period it represented. I always had my portable radio listening to Bach, Telemann, Mozart. Kids in Detroit thought I was nuts. You know, a black kid in Motown listening to Mozart, but I tried to convince them that the Mo in Motown meant Mozart, but nobody was buying that. And I even determined which college I was going to attend based on that program, because I only had enough money to apply to one college. And I said, I'm applying to the college that wins the grand championship in college ball. Well, the grand championship that year was between Harvard and Yale. And Yale just blew Harvard out of the water, so I didn't want to go to a school with a bunch of dummies, so I applied to Yale. See, I probably offended somebody. But anyway, I went off to Yale all gung-ho. But you know, the year I went there was the year that College Bowl went off the air. I know, it's a sad story. But years later, when I decided that I wanted to be a neurosurgeon, I said, I'm going to apply to the program that's best known for neurosurgery, and that was at Johns Hopkins. The problem is they only took 2 people a year out of 125 applicants. So how was I going to get chosen? But when I went for my interview, it turns out that the fellow who was in charge of the residency program was also in charge of cultural affairs at the hospital. So we talked a little bit about medicine and neurosurgery. Somehow the conversation turned to classical music. And we talked for over an hour about different composers and their styles and conductors, orchestras, orchestral halls. The man was on cloud 9. There was no way he wasn't taking me in the program, because he had to have somebody to discuss these things with. And you know, it's so important, you know, the knowledge that you have, because it opens all kinds of doors. And it's very interesting, because when I was learning all of that stuff, a lot of people criticized me. They says, why are you learning that European art? Why are you learning that European history? That's not culturally relevant to you. Have you ever heard that term before? Culturally relevant? What does that mean to a citizen of the United States of America? If you want to answer to that, go down to the museum on Ellis Island and look at the pictures of all those immigrants who came to this nation from every place in the world, many of them with only the things that they could carry, not knowing what the future held. Look in their eyes. Look at that determination. People who worked not 8 hours a day, but 10, 12, 16 hours a day, not 5 days a week, but 6 or 7 days a week. No such thing as a minimum wage. They weren't working for themselves. They were working so that their sons and daughters, grandsons and granddaughters might have an opportunity in this land. That's what's culturally relevant. Hundreds of years before that, other immigrants came here in the bottom of slave ships, worked even longer, even harder, for less, but they too had a dream that one day their great-grandsons and great-granddaughters might pursue freedom and happiness in this land. And do you know, of all the nations in the world, this one, the United States of America, is the only one big enough and great enough to allow all of those people to realize all of their dreams. And that means that every single one of us is culturally relevant to every single one of us. That's the reason we're called the United States of America. And we would do very, very well to remember that, particularly when we look at how rancorous those people who are supposed to be our representatives are in our Congress, who are always fighting and bickering and trying to win for their side while no one is caring for the people. And it's very important that your generation stop this silliness. If you need people to sit there and argue and call each other names, you can get third graders to do that. When we get representatives, we need people who are smart, who are going there to do the bidding of the people. And I hope that some of you will go into politics, but I hope that you will learn what the real meaning of being a representative of the people is. And I think we can make some real progress when we start doing that. Well, you know, I had a very, very rapid career. Things went very well for me. And I found myself in no time, at age 33, as director of pediatric neurosurgery at the #1 hospital in the land. And people would come to see Dr. Ben Carson, chief of pediatric neurosurgery, and they walk in the room, and I would walk in and they would say, when is Dr. Carson coming? Because they just didn't expect to see me. They expect to see somebody else. But, you know, Don't ever let anybody disparage your youth. Just make sure you know what you're talking about. Make sure that you know what you're doing. And youth is the right time to do it. You know, if you look at people who win Nobel Prizes, particularly in science and math, they may not get them until they're 60 or 70 years old, but it's for stuff they did when they were in their 20s and their 30s. So don't let anybody convince you to put things off. But I just want to end by talking a little bit about success. What is it? A lot of houses and cars and titles and awards? Not really. In 1997, I was asked to come to South Africa to head up a team in an attempt to separate type 2 vertical craniopagus twins. Siamese twins joined at the top of the head facing in opposite directions. There have been 13 attempts to separate twins like that before, none of which have been successful. So I knew it was going to be a great medical challenge. But it was also going to be a great social challenge because it was going to be done at the Medical University of South Africa at Medunsa, the only major black teaching hospital in South Africa, always the stepchild throughout apartheid and in the post-apartheid period. This was going to be their opportunity to stand shoulder to shoulder with Cape Town, Johannesburg, and all the other great universities. And I wasn't ready for all that social pressure as the leader of the team. And I said, Lord, you got to show me something because greater people than me and smarter people than me have tried and failed. And as I was studying the various radiographs and looking at the virtual reality images, you know, I could see that the common drainage system that the two heads shared was a little narrower right in the center than on either end. The traditional neurosurgical literature said you should decide which twin to give the drainage system to, and then separate them over several operations divided in time by several weeks or several months to give them enough time to develop collateral circulation. But I felt impressed that it could all be done in one operation, particularly if we concentrated on the area where the drainage was narrowing down, that they would develop collaterals during the operation. And when I explained that to the team, they said, you're the boss, we'll do whatever you want to do. But I was thrilled when I walked into that operating room 2 days before New Year's of '98. They were having song service and prayer service. I was thrilled. I said, bring in a stereo so we can play inspirational music. 19 hours into the operation, we were only 3/4 of the way finished. The part that remained was so complex, the blood vessels were engorged, they were entangled, they were adhesed. It looked impossible. And we stopped the operation. We went into conference. I suggested maybe we could cover the area over with skin, come back in a few months. They would have developed enough collateral circulation that we could cut through that area. The doctors from Zambia and South Africa said that's a great idea, and I know it would work at Johns Hopkins. But we don't have the ability to keep partially separated twins alive. They'll die. Now I really felt the weight of the world on my shoulders as I went back in there. Didn't have all my fancy equipment that I have at Hopkins. I had my loops. I had a scalpel and a prayer on my lips. I said, Lord, it's up to you. And I started cutting between those blood vessels that were so thin, you could actually see the anesthetic bubbles coursing through the blood vessels, just daring you to make a nick in them. Make a long story short, when I made the final cut that separated those two twins, over the stereo system came the Hallelujah chorus. Everybody had goosebumps. And when we finished that operation after 28 hours, one of the twins popped his eyes open, reached up for the endotracheal tube. The other one did the same thing. By the time we got to the ICU, within 2 days they were extubated. Within 3 days they were eating. Within 2 weeks they were crawling. And last month they graduated from the 4th grade. So, you know, but that wasn't the success. The success you had to be there to witness was the reaction of the people who were literally dancing in the streets. Their level of self-esteem was so high because this had been done at their hospital. And you see, that's what I mean by success, using your God-given talents to elevate other people. That's what real leadership, that's what real communication is all about. And that's what I mean when I say think big. Each one of those letters means something special. The T is for talent, which God gave to every single person. Not just the ability to sing and dance and throw a ball. Nothing wrong with those things, by the way. But if we are not going the way of Egypt, Greece, and Rome, it's the intellectual talent that we must begin to emphasize. And don't think that I have anything against sports and entertainment. I do not. You know, the biggest supporter of our scholarship program last year were the Pittsburgh Steelers. And 2 weeks ago, you know, we were with Tony Dungy and the Indianapolis Colts doing something with them. And Last week we were in Missouri opening up reading rooms there. And we met Lou Brock when we were there. But the point is, nothing wrong with sports and entertainment, but your generation has got to elevate intellectual talent at least to the same level. The H is for honesty. Lead a clean and honest life. You don't put skeletons in the closet. They won't come back to haunt you. And if you always tell the truth, you don't have to try to remember what you said 3 months ago. The I is for insight, which comes from listening to people who've already gone where you're trying to go. Don't have to reinvent the wheel. Learn from their mistakes. Learn from their triumphs. The N is for nice. Be nice to people, because once they get over their suspicion of why you're being nice, they'll be nice to you. And you know what? We could all use a lesson in that. Can we all take the pledge? Take the niceness pledge. Just raise your hand right now, everybody where you are. If the person beside you doesn't have their hand up, you may kick them, okay? Because it's the last time you can't be nice, okay? Now, what did we just pledge to do? To be nice for 1 week to every single person you encounter, okay? For 1 week. Now, what does that mean? That means if you see somebody struggling, you're going to help them. You're not going to talk about anybody behind their back for a week. Men, it means we're bringing chivalry back. We're going to open the doors for the ladies, hold their chairs for them. Okay? Ladies, it means we're not going to curse them out when they do that, okay? You're getting on an elevator, there's only one spot, let somebody else get on. When you're on the elevator, don't act like you never saw the numbers change before. Speak to people. You may have to practice CPR, but talk to people. Don't walk past the guards, don't walk past the janitors, don't walk past the maid in the morning. Say hello. It doesn't take a whole lot out of you. You're going to get in your car, there are no more spaces. You see 3 people following you in their car because they want your space. When you get in the car, you're not going to open the glove box and pull down the mirror. Just get out of the space and let them have it. You don't have to revel in your power. But what are you doing during that week? Thinking about others first. What kind of nation could we have if everybody thought about others first? We can do it. We can lead the way. The K is for knowledge, which is the thing that makes you into a more valuable person. Do I have a big house? Yes. Do I have a lot of cars? Yes. I grew up in Detroit. I like cars. Do I have a lot of things that Robin Leach thinks are important? I do. Are they important? No, they mean nothing. And if they all disappear tomorrow, I don't care, because I can get them all right back almost immediately with what's up here. And that's what Solomon, the wisest man who ever lived, meant when he said gold, silver, and rubies are nice, but to be treasured far above those things, knowledge, wisdom, and understanding, because he knew with those you could get all the gold and silver and rubies you wanted. More importantly, you would come to understand they don't amount to a hill of beans, and that the most important thing is to develop your God-given talents to the point where you become valuable to the people around you. The B is for books, which is the mechanism for obtaining that knowledge. And some people say, I don't need to read. I can learn everything I need to learn from watching DVDs and videos. That's like saying you can develop your muscles by watching somebody else lift weights. You have to develop the mind if you want it to work for you. The second I is for in-depth learning, learning for the sake of knowledge and understanding as opposed to superficial learning. Those are the people who wait until there's a test, cram, do okay in the exam, and 3 weeks later know nothing. We cannot afford that. That's how we got to be number 21 out of 22. We have got to change it. And the last letter, G, is for God. We live in a society that's trying to kick God out. I think that's a big mistake. You know, you look here, you know. I think this is such an appropriate setting to talk about that. Independence Hall, our flag, the Liberty Bell. When you think about how this land was founded, and yes, we talked about separation of church and state, but some people don't know what that means. You know, some lawyers came to me a few years ago and they said, you can't put your Think Big banners up in public schools because the G stands for God. And the First Amendment says there can be no state-sponsored religion. Well, I reminded them that the First Amendment also says there can be no government suppression of religious expression. So we had a rather vigorous argument. And I suggested that we resolve it at the level of the Supreme Court. Well, that seems like a bold and audacious statement, but it really wasn't, because I knew that the very next week I was going to the Supreme Court to receive the Jefferson Award. So I figured I would ask while I was there, and I did, and Justice Sandra Day O'Connor said they were all wet, they had no idea what they were talking about, and people who say silly stuff like that, they really have no idea what they're talking about, because do they realize that our founding document, our Declaration of Independence, talked about certain inalienable rights given to us by our Creator? a.k.a. God? Do they realize that the Pledge of Allegiance to our flag says we're one nation under God, that most courtrooms in our land on the wall it says, in God we trust? Every coin in our pocket, every bill in our wallet says, in God we trust. So if it's in our founding documents, it's in our pledge, it's in our courts, and it's on our money, we're not supposed to talk about it. You know, what in the world? What in the world is that? In medicine, it's called schizophrenia, which is a form of craziness. And we need to make it very clear as we leave this place, as leaders, that it is okay to live by godly principles of loving your fellow man, of caring about your neighbor, of developing your God-given talents to the utmost so that you become valuable to the people around you, of having values and principles that govern your life. And if you do that, not only will we remain a pinnacle nation, but we will be one nation under God, indivisible with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. Congratulations.